Live. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. Just young Kaiser, Celtic, and Twilight. That's what the name is now, for the interim at the very least. We're not quite sure what we're going to do without one of our hosts, but we'll make do for now, and I think we can. So we got a star-studded cast here. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, otherwise known as the Celtic Phoenix. Joining me as co-host is the vivacious young Kaiser.
Okay, you're saying that as if I'm going to forget what that word means.
No, I'm saying that knowing you'll forget what that word means.
Well, I didn't. It still doesn't.
And the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
Today, we are continuing our coverage of the legendary, infamous, notorious, pick your adjective for her.
Ferocious, like antagonistic,
vivacious. No, okay.
Oh, I was about to say, man, come on.
No.
The Lily Orchard, who is just, just an absolute treat of a person.
Oh, yeah.
I see people are suggesting Team Cute for now. We might, but I don't want to change the name of the podcast. It'll be easier if we just kidnap someone with a J in their name and make it a day.
If y'all have any suggestions, feel free to put them down in the comments.
A minute late
Honestly,
to your own stream, you're having scuff, that's why.
I wouldn't mind the name change. Like, it could always go back to being Team Jacked when Critter guests on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Because she used to be a co-host. It would just mean that
general name, and then just have like Team Jack stuff whenever she has time for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it would show respect for the fact that she used to be a regular host.
Right.
Why are you floating in the air, Raymond?
Wait, why am I floating in the air? What?
Yeah, you were.
I was not.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh.
Twilight, are you okay?
Listen,
take something before the stream?
Stop judging Raymond for doing bird things, Twilight.
But it's weird. No, I just realized that I was looking at the live stream so that I could keep up with chat, but the live stream just turned itself off.
Oh, wild.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
so
didn't do that for me, but that's weird.
But yeah, the lily fumes are kicking in. Oh God, they always are. So to catch you guys up briefly here, Lily Orchard, notorious member of the internet, who has a very strong opinions on a whole host of things, but in particularly, she has a set of writing tips that she wrote out on Twitter, and she swiftly deleted, didn't she?
Yes.
Oh yeah, like literally, I think it was the day after. She just deleted all of them.
But one cannot and should not ever forget, nothing is forgotten on the internet.
Oh,
so
yeah,
these
truly
were preserved, and we have them all here because, as we have discovered while going through them, this is less a tip of tips for writing and more so just a list of complaints she has against various pieces of media where she just wants to bitch at people about them. It's really all this is.
Specifically, it's typically like 3 or 4 pieces of media that she fucking complains about ad nauseum and just projects that onto the rest of Western animation.
I saw The Crow earlier, and I'm ready for this to be the worst thing I experienced today. I hear The Crow is like so bad it's good in some ways.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch it because I like the original Crow just fine.
I have no idea what
the original Crow
is.
Oh, The Crow? Oh, it's like the preeminent edgy boy movie. It's legendary for a number of reasons, but it's all about like this guy who he and his girlfriend are murdered by a bunch of gangsters but he's like brought back to life by a mysterious force to basically wreak vengeance upon them. It's like the ultimate like revenge film.
It's like Shanae. Okay.
I am now lost on what you're talking about, so it's fair is fair. But
See,
there's
sharing is caring.
there was an album done by a I think it was I'm very nervous that I'm gonna get the band name wrong, but there was a concept album that they did a while back that was in collaboration with a comic book that they made, and the premise of that was a a drug addict that died and then got brought back to life in order to become somebody who would go after people who would not repent for the evil things that they did in life, whether it be SA, child abuse, all this kind of stuff.
So it's sort of like it's a little bit of The Crow mixed in with like help.
Spawn.
Not Spawn. Well, I guess Spawn does that too. I was going immediately to to why am I not Hellrider? What the fuck is Hellrider?
Hellboy?
Not
No, wait,
Hellboy.
Hellboy was born in hell.
Nicolas
wasn't he?
Cage. Ghost Rider.
Oh, Ghost Rider.
That's what.
Yeah.
Ghost Rider.
So
also, I wasn't gonna get the band wrong. It was Within Temptation.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Hearth guy. I've and Robbie. I finally landed on it. But yeah, no. The Crow is like really famous as like it has like all this really goth like clothing. He would dress up in all black. He actually kind of had the Joker look from like the Heath Ledger Joker look before, decades before that became a thing. Like I'm pretty sure that influenced it.
Yep.
The other thing that's
Right.
notable about the film is that the main character was played by Brandon Lee, the son of Bruce Lee, and it's legendarily the film that killed him because one of the guns they were using on set, they were using blanks, but no one properly cleared one of the guns. So basically a shell casing got stuck in there. So when the gun was fired, instead of just shooting a wad of paper that burns up with the gunpowder, it actually shot a shard of metal that ended up piercing Brandon's heart and killing him. They had to piece together the rest of the film around his death. On the production standpoint, it was thankfully near the end, so it wasn't as detrimental as it could have been. And of course, it's just a tragedy all around. I think there's like a whole legend about like the Lees just not doing well on sets.
Oh yeah.
You dare remind me
it's
of
an
the third worst
unfortunate
actor
curse.
in all-time name of the clan Ghost Bear I declare formed by the... Look, I'm sorry, but you have to enjoy... Like, you can't watch a Nicolas Cage film and be bored. Like, you just can't.
No, you can't.
Like, I don't care if it's a bad rendition of that character. It's Nicolas goddamn Cage. That man is legendarily... I'm disappointed that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
he is just all kinds of he has no filter when it comes to his acting.
I'm kind of disappointed because I know in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was around the time that I dropped off. It was actually, I think, after the Ghost Rider stuff. They introduced, I think Reyes maybe was his name. He was the third Ghost Rider, the one that drove like the muscle car.
Oh, the younger one. I know who you're talking about.
They introduced him as the main.
I've seen some things about
it.
Him.
A cameo of Johnny is it Johnny? No, not Johnny
Storm. I mean, not Johnny Blaze.
Johnny Blaze.
His name, Johnny.
You get a cameo of the Johnny Blaze one. He's the one that turns him, the new guy, into a Ghost Rider. So you only get like a brief glimpse of him. Yeah. But I was so angry. I would have been so happy if they had managed to get just Nicolas Cage for a cameo. I would. Oh, it would have been great.
That would have been too funny. Also, Anansi Archives, do you think that a Shaman King / Shaman King Flowers live action could work? Specifically, if it was shot like a Toku show. I think it could. I mean, like I said before, if you can make a live action One Piece work, you can do fucking anything. The most
it would
difficulty. Go ahead.
It would be very easy to do Shaman King of all things. Like the only
Yeah.
thing that you would have to work on really is just the ghosts.
Yeah,
And
the
even then, I
spirits and
think that would
stuff.
be I think that would be fairly easy
I was
to
gonna
do.
say, I need to.
Yeah, if you frame it similarly to how like the live action JoJo Part 4 movie does its stands, if you do it a more polished version of that, then like it could definitely work.
I need to reread. I've only read like the first 5 volumes of Shaman King, and I just never caught the rest of the anime when it was on. So I need. It's one of those anime that I need to go back and make sure I finish.
Okay, if you're gonna watch any of it, watch the original. Do not watch the fucking remake. It is so
my
boring.
God.
It is
There's a
godly
remake?
boring.
When did that happen?
Yes.
It
Like last
happened.
year?
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Like 2 years ago, I think.
I watched the first episode of the remake on Netflix when
Yeah.
I was hanging out with my cousin. And the first episode shows the backstory having like a major reveal of the characters. The
just
main
right at
character
the
and the
start.
antagonist right out the gate. It's like it's basically the equivalent of Trigun and Trigun Stampede.
Interesting.
Yeah, but this
Although,
one is even less good.
In fairness to Stampede handled it pretty well, I thought.
Yeah,
and at
but
the very least,
in the
Stampede
same
was like going in a somewhat different direction compared to the original, anyways. In this case, Shaman King, this remake was basically just going towards the original material, but they just showed this freaking backstory right out the gate.
Yeah, so it would be like if they were just remaking the original Trigun anime, but also they just had like a major reveal that was in like episode 17 or whatever of the original show and just put it in the first episode.
Hey everyone,
so
Wolfwood
wild.
dies! What?
Shut the fuck
Sorry for anyone that's
Yeah.
watching Stampede and didn't know that. I apologize sincerely. If you want any fairness, it is much different between both the manga and the anime, so I have no idea what Stampede's going to do with the guy.
Oh yeah.
I actually really like his death in the anime better.
Shaman King. I think I really like both versions, but I will say his death in the anime, the original anime, is probably superior, just because it's less chaotic.
Yeah.
It was very sad and somber.
It was.
I don't know what it was like in the manga though, because I never ended up reading
My
the manga.
complaint with it in the manga is that they basically introduce a character like a volume beforehand that is just there to basically replace his role in the plot, and it's just like, what?
Yeah.
1 minute, I gotta take care of something.
It's okay, but like the imagery related to Wolfwood's death in the manga is probably better than the anime. Like the actual death scene is really good, and you've probably seen like art of it before somewhere. But
Maybe.
what it took to get there was a very long, drawn out fight. Like Raymond said, with a character that was introduced like probably a volume earlier that barely had anything going on, and like the problem with I think many of the fights in the manga is that it's so friggin' hard to see what the hell is happening.
And that's kind of impressive because I know that for a couple of early episodes of the anime, that was the problem that Raymond had. So I guess if it was just as bad in the manga, and I guess it just didn't get any better.
Yeah, I've been trying to I'm trying to handle things. I've been trying to listen. That is absolutely one of the biggest thing that I had with the original manga. It was just so hard to follow anything. And also, I'm sorry everyone for not. We haven't actually got to the main part of the stream yet. I realized we derailed and then I got pulled away, and I'm like, oh, I was gonna wind down so we get back into the Lily Orchard stuff, but no, I might still need to be pulled away again in just a minute here. We'll see. We'll try and
Imagine
stay
Lily.
focused.
Well, to bring it back, chat. Imagine what Lily's takes on Trigun would be like. Okay,
Oh, she would
sleep
hate
at
it.
night with that thought.
Okay. Now, in fairness, if she watched Stampede and her first words weren't "Where's Millie?" I mean, like, if that was her complaint, honestly, I'd be in full agreement with her. I know some details about the end of the first season, but I know people are going to try and correct me on that. But still, I really liked how the original Trigun handled the dynamic with Millie and Meryl. I thought they were actually really good together.
It was very unique, and it makes me sad that you told me that Meryl and Millie both kind of just became less important in the manga.
It pissed me off so
on.
much as they just vanished from the plotline, and then like halfway through one of the major plot lines is kind of like, oh yeah, by the way, they're still around somewhere. It's like, were they doing anything? Not really, no.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that kind of that's one of the things that disappointed me. I still really like Maximum, but that's one of the things that got me like, that sucks.
Like, I'm still on like volume 11 out of 14 with that. And part of that is that the last 4 volumes are all 10 chapters apiece. So it's like another 40 or 50 chapters I need to read, which is just daunting considering I got so worn out reading it for the first place. But like, I don't know where they're taking it. Yeah, you see that there's the comment
about Doctor Who.
That's what I was cutting out as legit as it gets. He was like, "Oh, I'm just going to casually throw out the spoiler." We didn't finish our reaction. We didn't finish watching it.
No, we still haven't watched past like what
5
episode 5?
I think it's 5 or 6, and that was because like
oh damn,
we got derailed because Twilight lost some audio, and then just scheduling like. There was the whole trying to figure out what to do about that, and then we're like, should we record more? Well, let's wait and try and figure this out, and then we didn't know how to handle it.
Honestly, it's been enough time that we could probably just do that reaction again.
I think we probably could. And now we have the nice we have raw YouTubers, so we don't have to animate our freaking sprites anymore. That makes a lot nicer, because that was what held up a lot of those reactions.
I'm gonna have to make a RahiTuber edition for the hat.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Last thing, how would you guys think Lily would react to FMA? Dude, okay, for reference, guys, there was like a video where Lily was talking about anime or whatever, and like she had this Venn diagram between anime that, as she describes, anime that weebs like, and anime that's actually good. And she put FMA Brotherhood on the anime that weebs like side, the red side.
Yeah. Along with
which is
other
fucking wild.
Really good shows and movies. Like, I was shocked that Princess Mononoke was on that side.
Yeah.
And then I remembered, oh yeah, Lily likes things when they're black and white. So of course she would hate Princess Mononoke because there's nuance in Mononoke.
I was going to say, she would absolutely hate FMA because there is so much nuance. Like, all the characters are actually very well rounded. Fucking the moment you see Envy in his final form and choosing the final choice that he does. I mean, I guess I'm not trying not to spoil a series that's been out for over a decade. But like the seeing that and feeling like kind of pity and like kind of I don't know, not guilt, but just like a man, if only you had like had a better chance, you had been like steered a different way, like that feeling of like you have gone down a wrong path and you couldn't recover from that. I think honestly Lily is really afraid of that. I think Lily is fucking
definitely
talked about FMAB on her Tumblr. Trust me, you don't want to see it, dude. Send me the link. I'm so fucking curious.
It won't matter to her. It's made by a woman.
Fair. Has Lily touched Gundam? Not as far as I know, and I think that's for the best.
Okay, you know what?
Why would it matter to Lily that it was made by a woman? She hates women.
Yeah, I was about to say. Did you hear what you had to say about Dungeon Meshi?
Here's the thing. I want it said. I would love to watch her. I would love to watch her watch Gundam Seed. Also, I gotta be dragged away again for just a moment here. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just so that
I
I
wanna-
can freaking agree with Lily on something.
I want to make like a small little tangent because, like, I know
Alright.
some people are like, "Oh, spoilers," I guess, for a series that is X amount of years old, as though that matters, especially when it's an older series, and most people don't watch older shit unless if it's incredibly famous and well known, and even then. There are a lot of younger people who don't even watch the really famous shit. Like, I'm pretty sure there is a lot of, like, teenagers who have never even watched Sailor Moon Crystal, let alone the original anime, let alone anything that's older than Sailor Moon.
I was about to say, a majority of anime fans are like fucking 18-year-olds. You think 18-year-olds today have ever seen Evangelion aside from the rebuild movies, and even then that's a stretch?
Well, I was gonna say, like,
ain't no way.
There's also the factor of, like, just as we get older, there's more and more classics being put on the pile. Like Madoka Magica, I consider a modern classic. Although, is it modern anymore? No, that thing is over 10 years old. Like, it's actually in the same gap. Like, it's we're almost the same distance it was when I started getting into anime that Evangelion was to me. And, like, I didn't watch Evangelion until so much later. I still haven't watched Cowboy Bebop. Like, I haven't. No, I've had no interest in it. But it's like, I understand people love
Adding
it.
that in the list.
But yeah, well, it's been on the list. It's been on the list.
Hot take. Hot take. Cowboy Bebop is mid.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess this podcast is gonna end pretty early. I'm very sorry.
I mean, I'll be completely honest. Like, everything I've seen about Bebop is like, well, that's neat. Okay, I'm interested in other things right now.
No, that's fair.
I'm tempted. We gotta get back to, because, like, we had a whole false start on Outlaw Star. I would love to compare and contrast those two.
Yeah. I guess, like, I would like to see Outlaw Star in this, just for the idea that, like, it is a well-known anime in the West, in the same sense that I watched Cowboy Bebop kind of for the same thing. Like, I did have high expectations for Cowboy Bebop, and I think that actually ruined my experience of watching the show. Because there is the phenomenon that if you hype up a show too much for a long period of time, then there's nothing that you can do for that person to alleviate the disappointment that they're going to feel, because there is never going to be a show or a game or anything that if you set the expectations up to the sky and beyond, that game or movie or TV show is going to reach.
I was going to say, like, there are very few properties I try to do that with. I even go close to that. Like, even when I recommend, like, Madoka Magica or Steins Gate, I try to be like, watch it. It's really fucking good. I think the only one I've ever gotten close of, like, praising to the high heavens is Arcane. And, like, that one's kind of hard to make disappointing, although apparently some people do find things about it disappointing. I'm confused by them. But okay, so we got super chat here from
and
Maso Mouse. Serious Gundam question: what's with all the derision for Seed Destiny within the fandom? Do you want to be here all day? Do you want to be here all week?
Yeah, I was about to say. That's an entire stream in of itself, buddy. I don't know if you want.
Honestly, yes.
I was gonna say, do you want to give him like a cliff note, like five bullet points of like the different problems? Don't even elaborate on them. Just hit what the problems are.
Okay.
No, the first thing that turned me off of Seed Destiny was that it was just a gore fest for the idea that war is bad and terrible, and oh, look at all of the sad things. Oh, look at this really blatant thing that's on the nose. I'm gonna smash your face in with how explicit this is. There's no nuance to it at all. Be sad.
Yeah. So, long story short, okay, 5 bullet points. Gundam Seed was basically made during like a big anniversary of the franchise. Basically brought back Sunrise from the from the brink of bankruptcy, even though turn A was right there, but fuck it, whatever. Gundam Seed was good in like the first half, or at least serviceable, and then second half was kind of bad because the main character was a Mary Sue, and it kind of walked away from the core things this franchise stood for. It's much more divisive in the West than it is in Japan, because Japan fucking loves it. We have the new movie for a reason. And also, a lot of the derision for it has to do with the creator Fukuda, because there is some shit behind the scenes, people. Holy damn.
Wait, what?
Well-
I don't know anything about that.
The big thing that people point out behind the scenes is, I think I might even said this on stream before. So remember Kigali, right?
Kaya.
Yep.
Yeah. She was a great character. I loved her.
Yeah, she was great. Her original voice actress did
right.
not have a good time though.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for reference, people. Basically, like, I think one of the directors for the show, Fukuda's wife, and the actress for Kigali were having it out for each other. Seems to be mainly antagonistic on the wife's end. And they burned bridges so bad that Fukuda's wife made sure that Kigali would never voice act as Kigali ever again.
That's that you
The
don't
Japanese, to be clear.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't understand how huge that is in Japanese circles. When you have a role
Yeah.
in Japanese, you have that role for fucking life, unless something massive
Yes.
comes up, and even then, they would much rather write the character out than they would have anyone else reprise the role. Great example of this, Kingdom Hearts 3. Everyone thought it was fucking weird that Phil did not have a single line of dialogue when you were in Hercules' world. And everyone's like, what the fuck? What's going on there? The original voice actor for Phil in Japanese had passed away. So out of respect to him, they didn't write Phil any lines. They just had him be a character that was in the background doing basically nothing, just to be present. And like they didn't want to have anyone reprise that role, which fucks over us in the West, because hey, our guy didn't die. Our guy's still up and running.
Yeah.
But like, that's the level of dedication. The only times they ever replace a character like that is if it's absolutely necessary. So actually, in the same example,
Right.
Xehanort, his actor had passed away, so they had to recast him. And ironically, that also happened over here in the West. It happened multiple times on both sides of the aisle, actually. No one should play Xehanort.
Yeah.
It kills people. It literally kills people.
Apparently.
Well, also that is kind of why I find it so weird that two franchises that I love did major character changes to the voice acting. Digimon did that for Try.
That was weird.
And also Fruits Basket did that for the remake. Yeah, I have no idea why they decided to change all of the voices in Japanese for the characters.
Fruits Basket had a very specific reason why, but the Digimon didn't. Also, I just want to point out, John Thomas More News, the VA for Sayaka from Madoka is the same one for Midi in Maiden Abyss, and you have broken my fucking heart. Can that actress please catch a break? that poor girl has suffered enough.
I mean that there was a reason for Digimon as well. They essentially replaced all of the VAs because the characters aren't children anymore, so you need older voices for these older characters.
Right.
That was the reason why they changed the characters, but even then that's still kind of weird, because the voice actress that played Goku when he was a little boy still plays him to this day.
Yes.
Yeah.
His voice has not changed. He did not go through puberty.
I guess. Oh my god, did Vegeta always sound like Vegeta, even as a tiny little munchkin? Is that just how Saiyans work?
I think.
I
wouldn't be surprised.
And
Anyway.
then and finally just Fruits Basket. the original mangaka hated the original anime and the way it handled things so
Yeah.
much that they were like no association with the original cast. That's my caveat for making the remake.
Yeah.
And they listened. And ironically, that makes the English dub of Fruits Basket the most faithful version of Fruits Basket possible because it has all the original voice actors reprising they possibly can.
Back.
They even found new roles for
Yeah.
the ones that had aged out of it because some of them had been kids when they were voicing kid characters, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If I said she voices a fan favorite and one of the best tank and team commanders in Girls and Panzer, does that help? That does help. Girls and Panzer, that's a good series for her to be in. That's a good relaxing time.
Was
Anyway,
the original Fruits Basket that bad? No, I wouldn't say that it's that
It's not bad.
However, they were going to go a lot more comedic with Fruits Basket than what the mangaka had intended. And so that really pissed her off. She did not want Fruits Basket to go in a comedic direction. So she made it so that the anime would end. And then she wouldn't allow the anime to be remade until I guess it was confirmed or guaranteed to her that it would be a faithful remake.
Yeah. And then of course there's Akito and Akito.
Yeah.
That's a whole thing. Anyway, we have been meandering on just general principles and the like for a little bit. Let's actually dive into what we're here to discuss, which is Lily Orchard's really shitty list of tips.
Which number are we at?
We are on 67.
Ooh.
We didn't get to the funny number last time. Got it.
No, we will now.
1 minute, game pulled away again. Damn it.
Oh dear.
Damn, 3 in a row, people.
Something must be going on. Very rude of them to interrupt him when he's working. But
Fruits Basket zippers will be summoned out of the sky. What the fuck? No, let's go back to talking about random stuff.
Actually, the one example that I know of in the West is actually surprisingly from Disney.
Oh.
Yeah, the Rescuers. The actress who voiced Bianca in The Rescuers and The Rescuers Down Under had died very soon after The Rescuers Down Under came out, and they were going to make a third movie, but then they decided not to make that movie because they didn't want to recast her.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they said that they respected her and her role so much that they just didn't want to recast Bianca as somebody different.
That is a very iconic voice.
Yeah.
It is.
All right, so
I don't know who you could even replace that with.
At the risk of getting interrupted again, number 67. Well, oh god damn it! One moment.
Well, at least this gives us time to look at Dedirex's art. Thanks. Buddy.
Yeah.
Dude, what if he makes fan art of just Raymond getting pulled away for the upkeep time?
Why are you flying to I am a bird? He doesn't even have like a flying animation in his art. He is a grounded bird. Oh no.
Man. Let me see. But yeah, the thing with Kigali's Japanese voice actress is fucked up. Like, that is a horror story. I wouldn't be surprised if that is like a horror story in the world of Japanese voice acting, because something like that very rarely ever freaking happens.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even think of another case where something like that has ever happened since then. And like, it's which is unfortunate because she was really good in the role in the sub, and like, I don't think she even was able to voice the character in Super Robot Wars games unless something changed with that, as far as I know. But yeah. But yeah, that's unfortunate. But yeah, Fukuda's wife was like a huge sticking point in regards to people's reception of Seed, especially Seed Destiny, I believe, because there was a lot not right with her. Probably
Yeah.
partially because of the brain damage she had at the time, but still.
Twilight, have you seen MLP Ace Attorney Elements of Justice? No, I have not. I don't know why I would, because I don't watch MLP and I have not played Ace Attorney.
I have played the original trilogy though, and that was pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean I have a copy of it somewhere. I think it's on like my DS or something like that, but also
Let me
Raymond is a
see.
dodo because he can't fly. Exactly, Robbie. He may be a
Jesus,
phoenix,
give
but
the man a break.
Look, we have to clip his wings because if he flies around, he gets too hot and then he's gonna burn the house down.
Ah, true. So you gotta just like trim him, basically.
Yeah.
No, he's like Hawks from My Hero. He's gonna have like the animatronic wing.
No, what? No, don't tell me that.
Oh
I've
wait,
only
I thought
been
you
following
got.
the anime.
I thought the anime got that far.
Oh, we've been watching the dub. The dub
Oh
didn't
fuck! I'm
come
sorry.
out last
My
week.
bad.
What did you just spoil?
Rude.
What did you just fucking spoil from MHA?
Hey, look.
What did he
I
spoil?
did-
Twilight, what did he
I
spoil?
did. Well, now she's gonna
Hawks'
spoil it to you.
I've read the manga!
Yeah, he read the manga. I have not.
What?
Something about Hawks' wings that I didn't know about. I told you that I had accidentally spoiled myself on Hawks' wings somewhat, but I didn't read further. He just, I think, spoiled the second part of that to me.
Okay, I mean, I think you actually got spoiled on the worst part of it. So it's not the worst. It's not the worst.
Yeah.
It's not the best. Thin ice, mister. If you had spoiled my favorite point of this entire arc, I was going to be livid. I've been waiting for a moment, and I know it's like 3 episodes away, and I'm so excited for it. It's the one that I messaged you about where I actively screamed because it was so good for me. And if you had spoiled that, I would have been so angry.
I didn't know y'all were watching the dub. I thought they got that far.
No, because apparently dubbing shit, they decided to take their fucking time with it for some reason. I don't know. To be fair, it's a quality dub, so, you know.
I mean, that's fair, yeah. Anyway, all right, let's get this move on before you get pulled away.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. There's stuff that's just not fun on this end right now that I don't want to be dealing with. Anyway, number 67. I don't want X character to be defined by her relationships is a stupid philosophy to have. Everyone is defined by their relationships. That's how human beings work.
No.
Partial.
Yes, but also no.
It's a partial yes, partial no.
Yeah.
Because one, you could literally have a hermit in the middle of the woods who has no relationship with anyone. Radagast the Brown doesn't exactly pal around with people, all right?
Actually, he does pal around with, like, Bjorn, which is a shapeshifter bear, but still. When people say, I don't want a female character to be defined by her relationships, it's usually that is the only thing about her. There is nothing to that character outside of her being a romantic interest to the main character, which is why I have a problem with certain female characters when they usually are only that outside of honestly way too many anime female characters can be put on this list.
No, we did,
but
there is a male equivalent. What was the male equivalent that we discovered? It was the Oh, what was it? What were we watching?
Ooh,
Was it Shugokara? I don't think it was, but I'm not. No, I think it was Shugokara. Where I wasn't exactly. I'm still. It's only by pure volume of time that I have been endeared to a lot of the guy characters. A lot of the guy characters in Shugokara are not as interesting. There's actually one really interesting guy character that I didn't realize was a guy until much later in the end. and then, admittedly, there's a female character who is insufferable. So,
yep.
There's a lot of spin out in Shugokara's cast.
Yeah, I was so excited for when we got to that episode where it was revealed that she was actually a guy.
I have not seen Shugokara yet.
Especially because you were complaining about the fact that you were kind of wanting them to be shipped with the main character and wondering, like, why don't you just look at them? It's like, well,
oh my God.
I mean, maybe eventually
they stole away my Yuri. How dare they?
How dare they?
So this is a we get it, but you're off target pretty badly with this.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Because vague posting, we love it here, folks.
Is this like
well, because like the simple fact of the matter is that no, people aren't only defined by their relationships. We're defined by our interests. We're defined by the things that we want to strive for in our lives. And our choices.
Well,
like there's a lot of things.
The way that I say it is we are defined by what we do. Because like, I mean, even the idea of like what you say is something that you do, because then it can be colored by what you do and do not do. Is like, I'm going to walk over to that hill, and then you never do it. And now that's informed us of your character. Is like, you have made a declarative statement and you've not followed through. And now we have to analyze, why didn't you walk over to the hill like you said you were going to? Were you making a joke? Were you just having a laugh? Were you just I don't know, trying to bluff someone to do something else? Like, you could analyze that. Do you just like making lies?
Wait a second. Jonah Williams says, in Lily's recent core video, by the way, she remade her core video, ladies and gentlemen. She brought up Ruby, and after reading this rule, I'm convinced she'd like Blake, especially since Lily loves victims forced to murder abusers. Why,
dude, she definitely comes across like she'd be a Bumblebee stan.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Oh yeah, totally.
Which, if she likes it, that's fine. But if she's gonna say that it's good, well,
yeah, that's the clarification. Check the Discord. Oh, yeah, that's right. Dedarex is giving more and more stuff, apparently. We got two fans.
Oh my God. Dude, he made you pull a pike.
No!
You're pulling a Hassan.
Oh, God. I'm glad something positive can come out of that. That's just... I just saw the first one too. Why are you flying twice? I'm a bird. It's so good. It's so good. I can't wait to show you guys. It's so good. All right, Twi, you want to take number 68?
Sure. Okay, number 68. If you don't want a character to only be remembered for a romantic subplot, don't end the story on that subplot reaching its conclusion. Give it time to sink in and become the new normal for the viewer. The memorable moment will always be the last moment.
That is factually untrue, and I have no idea how you got that from.
That is very factually untrue. Like, I was talking to Raymond just a couple of weeks ago about a moment that happened very early on in the Shugokara anime, and I talked to him about how that was an iconic moment for the show, for the series, and for the fandom. And that happens very early on, and the characters don't get together in that moment, but it is still an iconic moment.
Oh my God.
Was it the licking? Was it the ice cream scene?
Oh, go ahead.
No, it was the scene with them at the amusement park.
Right.
In the teacups.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but,
said that you
like-
liked that scene too.
Oh yeah, no, it was very good. Like I guess it's because
Yeah.
like the ice cream scene is just kind of overpowering. It's just like what the fuck is happening?
The ice cream
Yeah.
scene is also iconic as well. Like, I'm sorry, but any
need to
scene
watch
with
it at
Ikto
some
and
point.
Amu is going to be iconic because Ikto is such a troll.
I need to see that show at some point. But I guess a moment that I can say that is similar to that is what was it? In Zatch Bell, the Kururu episode, where basically you get introduced to this character who essentially helps the main character Gash or Zatch in the dub get his motivation to win the battle royale between the 100 demons and become demon lord in order to become a kind king and make sure that these battles don't happen again. That's an incredibly iconic moment with a female character, and they do not get together in the end. Spoiler alert. Sorry guys, this thing's been around for like 30 years now or something. You'll get over it. But like,
Kaiser,
more to
I
Lily's
literally just ranted about this. Shut the fuck up.
I brought it back to that topic for that reason. But this was a very early episode. But more towards like Lily's point here, like that doesn't stop. Your suggestion doesn't necessarily stop a character from being only remembered for the subplot. Because let's say that we go your route, Lily, right? And we have they get together in the middle of the story, and that has become the new normal. Okay, then what if you do what freaking Ruby did and have only the characters actually be on screen and do something in relation to the person that they're stuck with? Now they're still remembered for the romantic subplot.
Orion Lupin says
You're right back in square one.
Orion Lupin says tip number 67 can be disproven by Shadow the Hedgehog's entire character. I'm not entirely sure about
Well, also, rules 67 or tip 67 and tip 68, they are contradictory to each other.
100%. I was gonna point that out.
Because she's saying that it's really stupid for a character to not want to be defined by their relationships when all characters are defined by their relationships. But if you don't want them to be defined by their relationships, then don't have the relationship be at the end of the series, I guess.
But Twilight, there's a difference between them being defined and remembered. You see, she picked two different words there. They're totally different in regards to fandom discussion.
That's not how that works, Lily.
Let's see. Number one rival. The easy fix would be for the characters in the relationships to do things outside their relationship with other characters. But that would be too difficult for Lily to comprehend. Abso-fucking-lutely. Gash Bell has a sequel. By the way, the sequel is fantastic. Go, guys, watch the anime, read the manga, then read the sequel. It's completely amazing. This is an incredibly underrated show, but back to the whole Lily stuff. Yeah, these two are contradictory to each other. Let me see.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Number 69.
Oh yeah, 69.
It's all yours.
Hey, I get the funny number.
Yeah, you get the
and
funny
it's
number.
about slow burn romances. Ooh, this is gonna be good.
I was gonna say 69 and slow burn don't typically coalesce.
Only in the Team Jack podcast.
Actually, I was gonna say
if you have skill, it could be a slow burn.
I was going to say, like, you do 69 enough, and then you ask, what are we? Maybe that's a slow burn. All right, we'll hit it.
Anyways, number 69. Slow burn does not mean taking forever to get together. It means full series-long romantic subplot. Getting together is the start of romantic subplot, not the end.
Fucking no.
No.
Holy no, slow burn literally
no.
The slow burn literally means it takes for fucking ever for them to get together. That's the slow burn. It is the burning that takes slow.
Yeah.
Like
that
also,
takes slow.
that is not how a romantic subplot works. A romantic I'm sorry, a romantic subplot is not determined by when the characters get together. That is not how that's ever been defined. I don't know where you get
Lily,
that
how
from.
many romantic
No.
subplots have you been a part of in your own life? And no, I am not counting your goddamn sister.
Well, oh god.
Well, apparently, the wife that she is currently possibly getting kind of bored with, got together with her incredibly fast. Like within a couple of days, they were already together and
Oh,
probably
God.
already planning on getting married.
Were they U-Haul
Yeah,
lesbians?
hasn't Lily been through like multiple different like fucking
What?
relationships and stuff? Wait, U-Haul what? What?
Have you
What?
never heard that term, U-Haul lesbians?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's a I don't know if it's an insult to the lesbian community or it's a joke inside the lesbian community. I just know that the term does get passed around because there is a tendency with lesbian couples for them to move incredibly fast to the point that like within a month they've already moved in together. Like
Oh, it's Amberlynn Reed.
yeah. So it's like I don't know if it's like I'm more of a FedEx lesbian enjoyer myself. That's only if you get your lesbians from Russia.
I'm more of a
You have to get the mail to
something of
order.
a UPS lesbian myself.
It's more of a meme. I didn't know if it was an insult or not. I just like I can imagine it being insulting because I hear that term from Nerdrotic. I mean, people can use the meme. If it's a meme, I don't know because I've heard lesbians use it as well. It was used in the fucking pilot for the Powerpuff Girls. I'm pretty sure.
Was it?
Because Buttercup, when they walked in on Buttercup sleeping with the girl, like they were talking about things, and like I think someone made a joke at.
Oh right, you mean the
Yeah,
CW thing?
Yeah, the CW one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I do not think that the actual Powerpuff Girls used U-Haul lesbians in that.
You didn't specify. So I was like, wait, you mean the CW one, right?
Yeah, the CW one. No, don't mention that script. That script was awesome. Like I've come around to I hated it, but like I've come around to where Fat Man was, where I need 3 entire seasons of this show. It is so bad. I need like the unintentional hilarity that is how bad this show is going to be.
May Spice says Lily dated 4 women. She dated 3 of them at the same time. One of those 3 is her current wife. Another doesn't speak to her anymore. Not sure about the last one. All 4 were fans of hers. Wasn't there also like a really young early 20s chick that she was also seeing and people were either talking about or speculating that she was trying to get her into like a 3-way open relationship with her and Michaela?
I think it was either. I think that's either Brittany.
No,
or
it's
that one.
it's more recent than Brittany. Much more recent than Brittany. It was like within the last couple of years.
Were they an
maybe?
artist?
I don't know.
Hot tip to the people at the CW: someone fucking leak the pilot, please. I would love to watch that. I need to see that. I don't care if the technology is unfinished, like the special effects. In fact, that might make it better. That might actually make it better.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would make it so much better. That'd be so funny.
Okay. Number 70. Sexual Awakening is not a real character arc.
Oh,
Yes, it can
I
be.
know what this is responding to.
What is it?
This is another Steven Universe criticism.
Ah.
Because so I
Connie
think
discovers
if I
she's a
remember
lesbian. I'm kidding.
It involves Connie, funnily enough. So I remember from her big review, her criticism was that the fusion between Steven and Connie Stefani was overly sexualized, which debatable, but She said that I think one of the things that the writers was trying to express with that scene is symbolic of a sexual awakening among kids, and Lily did not like that.
I mean, it can be very iffy, especially because Stevani is the age that they are, specifically because it combines the ages of Steven and Connie to make it a full adult. So therefore, like, they are able to do adult-esque things with Stevani because of that, and some people still find it creepy regardless, because inside they are still two, like, adolescent children.
I would find that very, like, it's always fascinating to try and study puberty in that way, and like the adolescence of a character, because like you can immediately run into the wall of, why the fuck are you doing this? Like the immediately the wall of like, this like sexualizing a kid in some way, shape, or form, or you're exposing a kid to something sexual. And honestly, that is fucking dangerous. We cannot underplay. There is a huge danger in that. But on the flip side,
100%.
for someone going through that something is made for them to help them through something like that and to understand themselves, there's something to be said about that too. So it's like this constant like walking the line of like, where is too much, where is too little, you know, do we even bother with this?
Where's the line?
Do we ignore
the
growth
line
of this character?
between where's the line between like freaking cuties and fooly cooly, I guess? Yeah.
I think the line depends on the perspective of what is going on. So like when it is creepy, it's usually much more exploitative. Like if you can point to something without going like off the rails for it, and you can make any kind of connection to any kind of like porn or anything like that, then it's probably exploitative. But if you're focusing on the aspect of the character struggling and going through and having a discovery about it, then I could say that it's not being exploitative and it's made for the child in the sense of like showing them that other kids also go through these things as well. The problem with Cuties wasn't necessarily the plot of the story, but from what I heard, the camera angles was all sorts of ick.
Yeah, that's what
I've seen plenty of videos that covered it, and they showed some of the angles just for example, and it's like, no, there's no walking away from this saying that there wasn't intent here. And
these are actual kids, actors.
Yeah, it's not. It's like if it were animated, it'd still be creepy, but like it'd be not as harmful because you didn't actually have a kid doing that. And then also you remember, someone raised the point. It's like you got to remember they probably had hundreds of kids audition for this, and they typically record those kinds of auditions. Like there is a level of like, okay, there's some oversight that we need to be sure was actually put in place about this, that no one is assured this has been there. It's like there's no one saying, no, we destroyed all those audition tapes. There's no one saying, no, we just we burned them in a pyre because we don't need them anymore.
Right.
So anyway,
also, somebody said Kaiser's correct on this one, I guess, about like it being a Steven Universe dig. But it's also a Raylo dig, but much less of one. She got pissy at people talking about wanting Ray to have a sexual sexual awakening. So she got mad that people wanted to give Ray a character. Understandable. Okay, understandable. Moving on.
Like I find it very weird that like I used to actually find it very weird. I don't as much anymore now that romantasy is becoming much more of a thing. But I always found it kind of weird that people would get mad at books about children, about teenagers who are going through puberty and stuff, experiencing these things, going through sexual awakenings, all that kind of stuff, and potentially like going through sexual scenarios in these books, as the YA genre is meant to be about adolescent and teen children having these experiences. But then like because YA is such a big genre in the book sphere, a lot of books that are meant to be new adult get put into the YA sphere, and that just has pure sex scenes in those books. So, like, I kind of get it. There is a difference between a story about a child who is learning about their sexuality, maybe has some sex here and there, trying to figure out what's what and what goes where and all that kind of stuff. And then a story where it's like, I'm 17 years old and I'm very horny and I'm going to bed with this person.
Yeah.
Phantom of the Night. This is where I recommend the movie Monster by Koreeda Hirokazu, and refuse to elaborate. Just watch it. I know nothing about this film, and I know nothing if I'm interested in it. So thank you for the recommendation. Now, I'll maybe look into it.
The
at some
creator's
point.
name sounds familiar, though.
I think I might have heard of it.
I've heard of it. I know nothing about it.
Me
71.
neither.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my god. I remember this.
The only people who think boob armor makes sense are people who have never touched a boob.
And then smash cut to like a bunch of women actually debunking this point.
Well,
from what I remember.
There's a yes and no to this, because I can see
Yes.
the picture coming up. Like, obviously, there's like the World of Warcraft boob armor where it's literally just metal bikinis and shit. It's like, yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
you're
Sure.
absolutely right. That's fucking stupid unless the male armor is just as exploitative. Like, that's fair.
Yeah.
Flip side, having armor, like an actual set of armor that has sculpted breasts, that's nothing unusual. I mean, you have armor for guys that have a sculpted codpiece, because you fashion sometimes your armor and you accentuate elements about yourself. And so, like, there was a fashion at one point to have big codpieces because guys liked having big dicks. And it's like, I imagine
Yep.
if women had
Yep.
armor in that realm, they would have sculpted babbies, because that's what they would take pride in.
Not
Yeah.
only that, but the Romans also sculpted
Abs.
six packs
Yeah.
on their armor.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Like, it's all for different reasons. The cod pieces were a fashion item and also a sort of intimidation item to be seen as, I'm really powerful, and also I have a big dick. So you can see how powerful I am because I have a big dick. It really
The
is just a
Greeks
big
did that
dick measuring
too.
contest.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Greeks did that. Yeah. Also,
And then
in Lily's. Oh, go ahead.
And then the Romans, it was the same thing. It was an intimidation thing. So for women to have like the big accentuated breasts, it could be for decoration. It could be to accentuate their femininity, but also being a warrior. And
Yeah.
also it could be for some sort of status symbol. So there could be there are different armors for different scenarios. Like, you're not going to always have an armor piece that is going to see war. Not
Also-
all armor is made for the battlefield.
Also,
New Derek,
not a
sorry.
writing tip. Oh, new
Yeah, no.
Derek's. Okay, that
Fed
too.
sex.
Wait. Hold on. I didn't need to load on my end so I could see it. Fuck.
It's great. Can we ditch the big spiked shoulder pieces
Funny.
next, and armor engravings, which make armor weaker, and badass cloaks on armor, and everyone has to wear helmets? Okay, I can give you the big spiked shoulder pieces. I actually really hate like the Warhammer / Warhammer 40k aesthetic, where the armor is so big and clunky. It looks like it's just miserable to fucking move around in. I see people cosplaying like Warhammer 40k,
Oh,
like-
same.
the knights. I can't remember what they're called. Suddenly,
Mhm.
but like
I think the Knights of Humanity or something.
no, Space Marines. Well, yeah, I seem like cosplaying Space Marines
Space
all the time.
Marines, yeah.
And like, my God, when you're cosplaying that, it looks awful. I get they're superhuman. I get they're like pumped full of all the chemicals and all the things making the frogs gay, but
all the drugs.
yeah, like I get that. I don't care. It looks awkward and bulbous and silly. It's like, no, I don't know. It never clicked with me. Adeptus Astartes.
Also,
yeah, whatever.
Also Jonah Williams in Lily's Has Been Hotel video, she outright asked for more SA to be depicted in media, even if it's against children. Then went on to show a painfully on the nose SA PSA claiming it's subtle. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What?
Are you for real? Are you memeing? Tell me you're memeing. Tell me
Like,
you're memeing
like
right
okay,
now.
I'm not gonna say that like I don't want more of that stuff in media, because like honestly, like if you can tell a really compelling story about it, fine. Do it tastefully, do it intelligently,
100%.
and don't shove it in my face. I would rather not see that happen to a child.
Yeah.
Like I play up the jokes, obviously, of like children getting injured, children being killed and such, because like it's so many stories like go completely, we can't hurt the babies in the stories, but like
right.
I have my fucking limits even with my joke.
Yeah. Not to mention
also,
like this also like contradicts the rule she had earlier about what was it? I think it had to do with which rule was that again? Fuck me. I think it was in the 40s. Oh yeah, because abuse fetishists or whatever.
Right.
What the fuck?
Also, you have to remember, this is Lily Orchard that we're talking about. So like when it comes to her saying that she wants more SA in media, and especially SA of children, you kind of gotta wonder why she wants that.
Yeah, has anyone checked her computer recently?
That's what I'm asking, bro. Also, it's number 54. It's contradicting because she said that like oh wait, no, that's the abuse fetishist one. It's the one about oh, you know, there needs to be like non-con or whatever because you know, normal stuff is boring or some shit like that. That if she said that in our Has Been Hotel review, which I think she did because Sai reacted to it, that oh my god, Lily, that is not a good look.
Was Critter the J or the C in
that was her complaining about. That was her complaining about people saying that they want more realistic lesbian stories, and she said, "No, don't have more realistic lesbian stories."
Apparently
where, yeah, again, because people are saying that it's not good for lesbian relationships in media and books and TV shows and movies to only be depicted as the most diabetic inducing happy pappy innocent kind of relationships, because lesbians are people, and people can be adults, people can be sexual, people can be shitty.
One of my favorite manga that I'm reading right now is actually one that's kind of uncomfortable to read, called My Girlfriend's Not Here Today. It's all about cheating.
I heard of that one.
It's actually like people hate it because it is about cheating and all the characters are kind of shitty, but like that's kind of the point. Is that like you've got like one girl who's like not into the relationship, like she's like she's in a relationship with the main character, but she's like dedicated a lot of her time to her sports and like her future and the like, so she's not as present as she probably should be in the relationship. So the main character feels neglected, and thus gets kind of brought into a whirlwind romance by someone who's very much trying to fill a hole in her own life. And it's just this spiral of these characters slowly and more abusing each other because they don't understand themselves. They don't understand each other. It's actually pretty well written. Okay. She does try. She also does try later on to be better, but the MC is still a scumbag. Yes, and I actually very much appreciate that the main character still gives in to temptation. It's actually, I find it very compelling that the main character is just not doesn't immediately turn around and become the morally good person.
Right. Also, Jonah Williams continues saying she was being serious and asked for it to be on screen, fully on screen, even with children. Her PSA was literally dick snake wrapping around a. I can't even finish that. What the fuck?
Oh my god, Lily,
Oh my God.
Lily, hentai exists. I guarantee you. I know you hate anime, but you can just go to any hentai site and type in Loli, all right? Satisfy that way, all right? Just do that. I guarantee you will find billions of fucking stories about that shit.
Bro, what
Yep.
in the fuck is wrong with her?
Well, it's your take too. Now 72.
Oh, right. Oh man, I'm looking forward to this one because this is about Sylvanas again. The bow and arrow are strength weapons, not dexterity weapons. Female characters who do archery should naturally be very physically strong. Longbows have a draw weight of 80 to 150 pounds. Rangers are always stronger than warriors. Deal with it.
There is
I
some
mean,
level
that's-
of strength to some level of truth to this, but not
Sure.
always. Like, you can be fucking built and still be like lithe.
Bad at shooting an arrow. Yeah.
You don't.
It all depends on which muscle groups that you build in order to wield a bow. Like there are lots of videos out there where strong men try and fail to do gymnastics because they just can't. They're not built for that. But you can't say that just because a gymnast isn't as strong as a strong man that they don't have musculature. They just have a different form of musculature for what they do. Yes,
Yeah.
people who wield bows and arrows are going to have some level of musculature, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be stronger than warriors necessarily.
This comes down
Yeah,
from
it's not like
well, I was gonna say this is a complete misanalysis of. She's coming from D&D terminology. Strength versus dexterity is like when you get down to it, no matter what weapon you're wielding, both take some level of strength or dexterity. Even firing some firearms requires a level of strength because they can be fucking heavy. Some firearms get really like an elephant gun, fucking heavy weapon right there. Barrett 50 cal, like that's like 10 pounds, man. It's a heavy gun. Or I guess there's other, I don't know, Barrett might be lighter than the 10 pound, but anyway, not my point.
And then B, the kickback.
And then the kickback, which means that if you're not strong enough, you're not staying standing. So, but on the flip side, when you're wielding like a halberd, you gotta aim the fucking thing where you're swinging, and if you don't have the dexterity to do that, you're going to miss. All that strength you have is going to go nowhere. She's not analyzing how these dexterity and strength weapons in like D&D is a necessary mechanical simplification of the processes our bodies need to go through when engaging and utilizing tools and weaponry. It's just a gross.
Not only that,
but
I think it is also focusing on like European bows and arrows also, because bows are considered a sort of feminine weapon in Japan. There's a lot of sports out there that focus on women's archery in Japan. And like a good example that I could think of right off the bat for media in showing kind of dexterity over strength is Kagome from Inuyasha, because she had to take up the bow and arrow. And the problem only in like the first couple of tries what had to do with strength. But after that, it was all her dexterity, her ability to be able to point the arrow in the direction that she wanted to, and to be able to hold it for a long enough period of time for her to gain accuracy in where she wanted to shoot the arrow.
Barrett 50 cal is 32 pounds. God damn.
To remember. Oh, fuck. Okay. But also, because I want to pretend that this is a writing tip, what show or movie or game in like the past, like, I don't know, 10 years around the time that these tweets were made were having archers that were just like super physically weak and not being able to like throw a punch or whatever, as well as shoot arrows.
That's a
That
very good
doesn't
question.
happen.
Also, fun fact, like this has been something that's been acknowledged in several different games up until this point. Like Pathfinder, I very much appreciate it. There are different types of bows you can get. One of which being the compound bows, which when you use them, they actually factor in your strength when you use them. You actually get bonuses to damage when you use them, and you have a certain strength score. It's a really neat little system.
Dark Souls does the same thing.
Yeah, it helps better reflect the nature of the thing, but you still need dexterity to fucking aim the damn thing. Because I don't know if you know this,
Yeah.
Lily, but aiming a bow and arrow is actually kind of hard.
Yeah. Yep.
Take it from someone that, like,
Isn't
I'm a very
this-
good shot with a rifle. I am not a very good shot with a bow and arrow.
Yeah. Isn't this also a Shad argument he made a while ago? I have no idea. But if he did make the argument, that's fucking stupid.
Well, Shad made the argument, but he also he did back it up a little bit because he talked about the different types of bows, and she is referencing like the 80-pound war bows, but the utilization of what characters are using, there's a give and take there. It's also the different muscle groups where like archers will build up strength in one direction or another. It's what Twilight said.
That's
It's
what I
all
said.
about, yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
it's all about what muscle groups you're using. Lord knows the exercise routine that I'm on right now, hitting so many different muscle groups. For the record, people, don't neglect your thighs. Don't neglect your quadriceps.
Okay.
Or else you will. I've done that before. I've neglected my quadriceps, and now I'm actually practicing with them more and more and doing squats and stuff. I overdo myself, and I can't get up. I can't stand. I literally cannot stand after I get done with an extreme workout.
I've been doing the occasional squat, and the problem when I'm done with them isn't my muscles, it's my hip bone, because every time I squat down, it cracks.
Ooh,
That's not fun.
oof, oof.
Never skip leg day,
No,
Cosmic Phoenix.
so,
Yes.
like-
Yeah. I need to get back into working out in general. I've just been so busy.
Leg day, none. We need leg decade.
Leg decade, yeah. We need a leg month. Can we stick the leg month?
Leg day has me
Compromise.
barely able to walk the next day. Yes, I'm talking exactly about that.
Yeah.
I was telling Twi, like, when I was like, because I've been doing Fitness
Mhm.
Plus on Apple. My sister has a plan, and so I got family planned onto it. It's been really nice. And it's, I tried to do the 20-minute leg workout or the lower body workout, and I did that. I got almost all the way through, and I had to tap out, and then I discovered, oh, it is physically discomforting to stand, and it is actively difficult to walk. I collapsed like 4 times that day when I was doing random things. I'm lucky I wasn't holding anything.
Ugh.
Oh
I
my
had to
lord.
hug the wall going up the stairs multiple times.
Yep. Yep.
So,
Yikes,
so
yeah.
10 minutes now. I'm only doing the 10-minute projects now, and that's just enough for that delightful burn where it's like, I think I can stand. I'm pretty sure I'm good. I hope.
Yeah. I think my legs work like they used to before.
You're actually doing squats right now? Oh, excellent. Keep up the good work. You're doing good.
Hell yeah.
Yay!
So number 73. The best way to avoid tokenism is multiple characters. Fuck you, I have a 2-man play. I have a 1-man play. What do I do now? Tell me. Do I make him black? Do I make him Middle Eastern? Do I make him a woman? Do I make him tell me, what do I need to do?
But even then, if they're one character who is black, it's still tokenism.
Right.
What if it all takes place in just
And also,
one
like,
place?
you can.
Like there is a YouTuber that wrote a book. That's the one that you thought was the different book. Jenna Moresi writing The Savior's Champion. She had this idea too, that it's not racist or sexist or anything like that, as long as you have at least 2 of every type of general sexuality, racial, and gender group.
But
So-
if you treat those characters the same way, that doesn't matter.
Yeah. So you had a problem where she had one character who would be very dangerously within a harmful stereotype of the trait of that particular group, but it was fine because there was another really, really far background character that was also of that race or sexuality or gender group who wasn't like that. But this main character kind of was.
Yeah, I think that's still bad, even though that's the case, because I would imagine that, like, it's like we said before, having a character that has stereotypical elements is fine, but in a serious story, it's probably not a good idea for them to just be the stereotype and nothing else.
Yes. And, like, the thing is, stereotypes aren't necessarily bad.
Yeah.
But that character, like you said, needs to be more than just that trait, needs to be more of a person than just the stereotype. You need to make them into an actual character, because then that stereotype will only be one facet of who they are as a person. That is just true across the board, no matter what character you are making. And to treat any other character differently or special because they may be of this certain orientation or whatever, that's
really bad.
That's bad. Like, by treating someone different from someone else, that is prejudice. Just straight up.
That's fulfilling another, like, quota. That's a different, like, kind of fulfilling a quota in regards to character, where it's like, oh, well, instead of having one black guy in our show, let's have two black guys.
Don't get me started on the code.
Yeah.
Character is just a PC way of saying someone's a stereotype.
Oh,
I mean,
my
God, there was
the
whole thing about Laios in Dungeon Meshi about whether or not he was autistic, and the author came out and said, I never saw him that way. I just wrote an interesting character. And everyone was like, she's being like, I can't remember if people were pissed about it or not. I just remember everyone got like up in arms about the fact that she said that. And it's like he's so clearly autism coded. It's like, I mean,
she never said that he wasn't, though.
Yeah.
Like, she never went out to do that. That he wasn't. She just said that wasn't her intention. That's not saying that he is not autistic. She's just saying that she didn't go out and intentionally create a character who was autistic. That is a completely different sentence. Stop it.
And then she also did not confirm the lesbians, but which also pissed other people off.
Right. Like there is a difference between autistic characters or autistic people looking at a character and saying, "Oh, I recognize a lot of my traits as an autistic person in this character, so I'm going to headcanon them as being autistic." And someone looking at a character and being like, "Oh, they do this, and this, even though that they're not a human character. So I'm going to code them as this."
Yeah, I hate that all the time. Actually, Phantom of the Night has a good example. Starfire being black coded.
What does that even
Nicole
fucking
from
mean?
Gumball being Asian coded.
Everything that I've seen of Starfire has never had her be black coded. In fact, I think the closest you could get is the hair in the original designs. Maybe
I was about to say.
Like, and even then, that's like, oh my God, wow, that's horribly.
It's the 70s and 80s.
It's a 70s perm, and also
like, white women had those hair.
It's like, so wait, only black people can have that hairstyle now? What the fuck? Like, what?
Yeah, yo, what the hell? Also, Starfire was based off of a white woman anyway. So
Raymond is bird coded. How dare you?
it goes into this weird mentality that has popped up within the last 5 or so years, saying that white people or European people in general cannot have any amount of curly hair to them without using a curling iron or something like that.
Bitch, show them a
That's
picture
really
of me.
stupid. Also,
I know,
Yeah,
Oh,
right?
Teddy
bro.
Bear Paladin! Funko Bear.
yeah.
My old cub was a quiet boy. He was slow to converse and sparse with words. Most kids gave up trying to talk with him. But my new cub was, action figure girl, equally lonely. Ooh.
Damn, we got a new character introduced in the mix.
Oh,
Also,
action girl
Kaiser
figure,
is
okay.
cyborg coded. I am Reploid coded. Thank you.
There is a difference, guys.
I know
Don't be
Reploid
racist
is a
to the
robot,
robots.
but like whenever I hear Reploid, I kind of, my brain kind of thinks like reptile, and I just think of you as like a raptor. I just
I'm half reptile.
it's like a robot raptor. I don't know why. That's when I hear Reploid.
Oh my god. Also, Jonah Williams said, from what I remember, after the author confirmed she didn't write Laios with the intention of autism, many haters of the show used this and the non-canon lesbians as a gotcha, which led to others getting up in arms, and from there, things escalated. Yeah.
Twilight Guardian is Twilight Guardian coded.
Dad encoded. That's cute.
Data
That's cute.
coding. She's bit coded.
All right, number 74.
All right. 74. Want an easy way to become more accustomed to diverse casts? Limit your straight, white, cis characters to one of each. Those can be 3 characters for each trait, or pack it into one character, but only one of each.
Can we get the little kid saying, that's
What?
racist?
Yeah.
That's racist!
Also,
yeah, bro, what the
doing this is not going to automatically get you used to writing characters who are not straight, white, or cis. It just means that it's going to be very, like, it just means that you're setting yourself up for an opportunity to get yelled at because you don't know what the fuck you're doing, and you're just probably forcing yourself to write characters that you know nothing about in potentially a scenario where those characters would probably have like traits or lifestyles or scenarios that you know nothing about. Like writing a Chinese character set in the 1500s when you know nothing about 1500s China. Yeah, you're forcing yourself to write non-white characters, but you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
I was,
Joke's on Lily. I'll have multiple straight white and cis characters. But
I was gonna say, like, what you're going to end up doing is you're going to end up writing a bunch of straight white cis characters, but they're just going to have a veneer of the other things on top of them. Or alternatively, you're going to create caricatures of the other races.
Yes.
And this is where I really get pissed when it comes down to identity, political, anything. People getting boiled down to these one bite-sized word descriptions. Like if I had anything, if there's anything in this current, I don't like talking politics, but in this current climate, is this tendency for people to culturally boil themselves down to these few character traits, and then just it absorbs their entire identity. No, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You are so much more than this. And if you are defining yourself purely by where you stick your genitals or how you handle them or what color your skin is, you are shortcutting, you're shortchanging everything that makes you you. Not every black family has the exact same experience with each other. Some people have a variety of different... What?
Oh, I was about to say Raymond towards every TikToker ever.
Yeah, like every black family is different. Every Chinese family is different. Every white family is different. I know some white families who are way more trailer trash and poor than some very affluent black families that I know. I know some very unintelligent Asian people. I know some very smart Asian people. It can hit across the board. The stereotypes don't matter. They're an average at best. They are an average at best.
Yep.
They are a thing. A thing to maybe reference in terms of like maybe where the character stacks up in their status in society. Like, oh, they're a little smarter than average. They're a little dumber than average. They're a little stronger than average. They're a little slower than average, or something like that. I don't know. You can mix and match all those things. You don't have to be buried in it. You just have to.
No.
I'm mixing up. Like I'm just so angry about this point.
I do love the
It
trend
sucks.
that has been happening recently of African people going and arguing against Black American people, because there are a certain subsection of Black American people on the internet, especially like TikTok and whatever, mostly
Oh,
the
yeah.
younger ones, who act as though everyone who has the same skin color as them have the same experiences as them, and that they call themselves Africans, and actual
Which
African
is-
people are like, no,
fucking
we do
brain
not
dead.
have the same experiences as you. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Stop associating with us. You are not the same as us.
I was about to say, like, if you want a Black person to experience true racism, actually have them talk to somebody from Africa.
I'm now
I
just remember
actually
fucking.
have a friend.
You go. I was remembering Tanya and Aisha from Power Rangers.
Oh
Mm.
my god! Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna
I
leave you in
have-
Africa.
Yeah. I have a friend who actually lives in South Africa. He is white, so he is the minority there. And he has talked to me about all of the experiences that he has as a minority living in Africa, but also as somebody who experiences racism between other Native African groups in the area. Because racism is very different in Africa. It's nothing like what we see in the West. It has nothing to do with skin color except when it comes to being racist against white people, really. And how the experiences, how people view themselves culturally, racially, all this kind of stuff differs very drastically from the West. And how it just cannot be comparable. I learned, because I didn't know this before, but they actually, in order to be respectful to people in Africa, when you are like mixed race, you do call them colored people in Africa. That is
Wild.
their preferred term.
Interesting.
Teddy Bear Paladin, Funko Bear, Big Brother.
Double
She
whammy,
interrupted
okay.
again. Action girl character.
I think it's
action
I
girl
guess.
figure, I guess. If you're gonna tell the story, tell it. Teddy Bear Paladin, do not besmirch our cub and let little brother speak. Action girl figure. Sure, you sycophantic stuffy. Oh no, there's conflict.
well,
Oh god, wait.
Oh,
What
wow.
if she turns out to be a tsundere? Oh god.
oh yeah.
And then George
That's gonna
J
be the
says,
best
Action.
I wanted to share an odd Ozpin reincarnates into someone else's story I've returned to. In it, Oz cannot assert control of his new body as easily because two personalities are already inhabiting it. Bruce Banner and the Hulk. That's
Oh, that.
Huh.
that's an
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have a bad history with the Hulk thanks to Mike Han.
Yeah.
Oh,
The Incredible Beast! God, that was a fucking lame story. Everyone, when you
Yeah.
go out to
Yeah.
Utah, always be aware of mountain lions and cougars.
Yep.
They are two distinct things,
George Car-
apparently.
Let's see. George
Yeah, two
Carlin
very
quote,
distinct
I
things.
love and treasure people individually. I loathe the groups they group themselves with. I think that boils it down.
Oh, yeah,
right
that's
there.
gorgeous. Thank you, Carlin.
George, yeah, bless Carlin. Dicks out for Carlin. I guess it's my turn, right?
1 minute. We got
Oh, we have to check the Discord again.
one more Deaderex.
Oh.
We got Raptor Kaiser.
Oh my god, dude, the Derex, you are cooking today.
He is. Look at
Hold
that.
on, let me see. God damn it. Load Discord. Load. Let me
Oh
see it.
no.
3 years
Oh my
later.
god, that's fantastic. That's so fucking funny. I wonder if he based this off of Spider Rex
No,
or not.
I don't know. He based it definitely off of the philosophical raptor.
Hmm.
Ah,
The
I mean, yeah, I guess that fits.
so
I just love how the
75.
glasses are sideways. Yeah, 75 is
Yeah, 75.
man. Let me see. Oh my god, this one. Okay, kids. One, Lily follows this rule herself. Two, she doesn't. Let's go. 75. Don't be afraid of failure and backlash. If someone is screaming at you about how a character you made is racist, or that made them having I was gonna make a dumb joke. Anyways, that is literally free writing advice that someone is just gonna give you. Look on the bright side of life for a change.
But what if they're
One or
wrong?
two people.
Yeah, what if they are wrong? Like, what if
So
they're
bad.
giving you bad advice?
Exactly.
Like,
in fact,
Not everybody views something as okay, but not everyone
Yeah.
views that same thing as racist.
Here's
here's
an
the
interesting
thing, Twilight. She would actually say the same thing you did if someone actually did criticize her about that shit.
What's really
Mhm.
funny is I actually, for in the future, want to write a character that is very much kind of stereotypical Mexican mother, like, Mexican American mother type coded. Like, there's a lot of those stereotypes. And you want to know why I want to write a character like that? My godmother
Yeah.
is like that. She is a wonderful woman. I love her to death, and she's one of the most stereotypical Mexican mothers you will ever find. And it's one of those things that I know that when I write a character that way, I'm going to be called. And now, admittedly, I'll need to refresh on Spanish to make sure I'm getting some of the language stuff right, because she does speak in a particular way. But otherwise, like, if I write this character, and I plan to write this character, I know people are going to be like, man, you're making a racist caricature. And I'm like, no, it's an actual fucking person. And she is one of the sweetest people on the planet. Fuck off.
Yeah, like I based this
also-
character off of an actual person in my life. So maybe can you stop? Like,
Also,
if
Lily,
I
you
did-
disagree with me, blocked, reported, DMCA claim. Yeah.
I could do the same thing with an Asian character where they have all of these stereotypes about being like cleanly to the point where they don't actually take the plastic off of their furniture, or they do this, that, and the other kind of stereotype. And somebody could be like, wow, you made like a really stereotypical caricature of a Chinese woman. And I'm like, that's literally my landlord that I was living with at the time.
Dog.
Yeah, and
dog,
that one's
fucking,
a much
I
less
can
flattering
beat the
depiction
number-
from what I know. Or should I say,
Yeah, like-
you're less prone to be flattering of your depiction. There you go. That's what I meant.
Right. But I will say, though, the amount of freaking gay, stereotypically flamboyant men that I can write about based off the people I met in college is gonna go crazy, people.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
My uncle, like not like biological uncle, but like a family friend type of uncle. He was very flamboyantly gay. Like like all you had to do was just mention the word sparklies to him, and then he would get so giddy and just like high-pitched voice and like bounce around. Like he was a bodyguard.
There is a guy.
He was a big guy.
There's a guy I went to high school with. Honestly, I would say he's a nice guy, but I don't know. I remember he could have a mean streak to him. But everyone freshman year knew this guy was flamboyantly gay. We all knew. Everyone. It's an all-boys school. We could tell. But he didn't realize it until senior year, and that's when he came out. And it's like when he came out, it was like the greatest. Like, yeah, and
Yeah, it's
You didn't know?
literally the party meme. Nobody knows that I am gay. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we know.
like there's a reason why stereotypes exist. They are very real to some degree. It is remembering that when you use stereotypes, it is a base. It's a groundworking for a character, not the character themselves.
It's a blueprint.
That's the important. So yeah,
It's a blueprint.
and it's always be important. Like you look in, it's like, okay, well, what if I go this direction instead of using this particular trait? I instead give him this trait that conflicts with that, and kind of mix and match and vary it
like
up.
a great example of this is actually an example that Lily dislikes, because I think I reacted to this in a video on my live stream some time ago, and it was about the fact that Trey Parker and Matt Stone base Cartman off of an old man character named Archie. What's his name? I don't remember his fucking name. Like, he is this like old, crass, backwards thinking guy, but the difference is that he kind of has a heart of gold and is just kind of ignorant and actually learns. Archie Bunker, yes. But the thing is that Lily didn't get that. She thought, oh, you think Cartman is just like Archie Bunker? It's like, no, you dumb bitch. Cartman is similar to Archie in that he is a backwards freaking hick. The difference is that Cartman does not have any morals whatsoever. He's a thin-skinned freaking snowflake, and he is a kid who is constantly being enabled for his actions. That's the difference. So there's nothing wrong with using that as inspiration for the character. It doesn't have to be the same.
I had to look up who Archie Bunker was, and it's like, oh, a sitcom character. Okay, that explains why I don't know.
Number 76.
We had this time.
People of color and LGBTA people are allowed. There's no plus there, Lily. You gotta add the plus.
There's no Q there either.
Also, there are a lot of black
she would have
things
put a
on
Q
this
there.
list.
But people of color and LGBTA people are allowed to just exist. Don't feel like you have to cover bigotry just because they're in the story. In fact, people will be happier if you don't, because having these characters defined by suffering is itself a tired trope. Okay, man, I'm so glad I have these background characters in my depressing deconstruction of the Holocaust. I'm so glad they're not going through any hardships.
Like, relatively speaking, I kind of agree with the first sentence. Well,
Yes.
sorry, the first part of it. The first part of it is fine. The second one, where she is assuming what other people will feel about, the way that you write about your story, just disregards the fact that, like, if it's done well, no one will care.
Mm-hmm.
I know she hates that. I know she hates that phrase, Lily, but it's true. It's true. That's why everyone fucking says it. Fucking deal with it. Don't strike the channel, please.
Also, like, the reason why a lot of people depict this kind of bigotry is because it is relatable to a lot of people in that group, because they do feel that they do experience bigotry. So having a story that they can relate to can be just as important as a story that doesn't feature that kind of bigotry. Both of them are important to depict. And choosing to have one story over another doesn't make you a bad person. It's not the author's responsibility to be the spokesperson for the entirety of the literary culture of that group.
Yeah.
Remember,
Because
the
that's
answer is
real
always just,
tokenization.
it's the character is acting realistically in the story. That's all you that's all you have to consider.
Yeah.
Focus on what kind of story that you're writing, and then worry about whether or not you can introduce real world aspects like later. That's it.
Yeah. Joss Thompson-Moore, Madoka is all suffering, and 4 of the girls are very strongly hinted at as lesbians. I'm gonna unfortunately have to push back on you on that, where the only one I can comfortably call probably lesbian is Homura. Madoka up in the air. She seems to kind of have a thing for Homura, but like she also has like a whole I love everyone thing going on. That's kind of the whole conflict and rebellion. Like there's a whole dissection you could do on Madoka's character. And then unfortunately, even though it's my favorite ship in the world, Kyoko and Sayaka, even though they get that really sweet moment in Rebellion, they're very clearly friends. And that could just been like a whole reunion, like finally just getting things off your chest type thing. You can't, like, I choose to read it as they're in love, but I recognize, stepping back, I don't think that's ultimately what's going on. I think more so, it's more than likely that's more just pandering to the fandom than anything else. But it's not bad pandering. It's actually, I think, decently well done. But all the same. I don't remember which video, but one video she said that LGBTQIA+ is a mouthful and queer is a slur, so that's probably why she only says LGBT.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah. She did say that.
I did say that we know the reason why she probably took the Q out, but then if it's still a mouthful, why would you include the A there when LGBT has been like the default thing to say for literal decades and is shorter and easier to say, rolls off the tongue really well?
Little Witch rewatch.
Is
What
just,
you think? Me and Twy are gonna watch it eventually. Not gonna be on stream.
Yeah.
I never watched Little Witch Academia, so
I highly recommend
I'll
it.
probably watch it on my own time.
It is a very, very fun show.
I think I only have one friend who didn't enjoy it. He thought it was fine. He just wasn't really into the main character, I guess.
Akko is a lot.
Oh,
yeah.
Something we found out something about Akko very recently.
Right, because Twy was showing me whatchamacallit.
The Adventures of Akko-san, which is the manga-wise the very first magical girl
series
story. Series. The Adventures of Sally the Witch came out as an anime technically before Akko-chan, but the manga for Akko came out before Sally the Witch.
Oh.
So it is like it and Sally are technically both like the first of their genre, but because Sally came out as an anime before, it gets all the recognition. But Akko from Little Witch Academia is based off of Akko from the old 60s anime.
There is some decent depth there because Akko has an inclination towards transformation magic, which is the main power of Akko in the original story.
See, it's like poetry. Right?
I was gonna say, if you guys really want something like Little Witch Academia is such a fun series, but it's surprising how deep you can dig down into the symbolism and the referential nature of it. It is one of the purest celebrations of animation you can possibly get, and everything you can read into it about the characters and their arcs and all the different stories that go on, there's actually quite a decent amount there to actually look into. So I highly recommend it. It's a surprisingly mentally nutritious show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, watching the Adventures of Akko-chan is very hard because it's kind of obscure to the point where nobody has subbed it. I was watching it raw. I had to struggle to figure out what was going on because I barely understand Japanese.
Oof.
The only thing to complain about is A Little Witch Academia is too short. Man, you got a 24 episode season and 2 OVAs. Like, look, I want a season 2. Desperately, I want a season 2. But, man, what we got was fucking solid. Like, you can't complain about that.
Kelvin, yes, I did.
Also, you watch the OVAs first, for the record. That's the order you watch it in.
I'll keep that in mind, I guess.
Okay.
I think 77?
Yep. 77. I just want
Dear
my
me.
readers/viewers to have fun is an excellent attitude to have when it comes to storytelling. I would actually agree.
Yeah, like
I mean,
yes, actually, I would say like I think
Yeah.
I can 100% agree with this because it's not like saying is the only method. It's just it is an excellent attitude, and I think yes, it
Yeah.
is absolutely.
yeah. And like it's kind of weird to have to say that, but I get why you have to say that, because some people think that all writing needs to be high art, and they conflate the idea of having a quality story being with high art when that's not necessarily the case. Yes, you will want your readers and viewers to have fun, but that doesn't mean that you can skimp on the characterization, the world building, the story and plot structure. You still have to do a lot of work for that, but if you keep in mind that you're wanting to do it for the passion of having somebody enjoy your work, then that can make the tedium of all of the background stuff be a little bit less painful, or even not painful at all.
This might be like the first of her actual advice that's a writing tip, and B, like genuinely like unqualifiably good.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's
Zero
77 tips
caveats on
in.
this one. Yay! Oh wait, hold on. Let me get the golf claps. Hold on. Fuck.
All right, while
God
you do
damn
that, I got hit the rest.
Alright,
If
so
you guys want
slow.
to carry on the 78, you can. But like, yeah.
Sure.
I have one thing to say.
Go ahead.
One thing to say about this tip is that that's one of the issues that I kind of have with Ruby. Not to say that, I didn't want the writers to, go with whatever vision that they have, but I think most of us could agree that if the show stuck to being a dumb fun action show like it originally was for a bit longer, I feel like that would be a much better application of the writer's skill set, because that's way more in their wheelhouse instead of like an actually like serious world trotting plot like in Avatar or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Um, it's not
Like
that
some of my
you can't
favorite. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
I
Okay.
was gonna say that some of my favorite shows to watch recently have been shows that aren't really like super duper deep, but are just shows that just are and have like either a gimmick or something like that that I just find really, really, really enjoyable. Like I think Alia speaks her true feelings in Russian. I think that's a recent anime that came out. I binged that. I'm up to date on it, and it's just a really fun, cute slice of life show. It has some deep aspects a little bit, and there are some character moments that are fun. But overall, it's a pretty simple show.
Yeah. I think the issue that I would have with this is that it is a good tip for writing, but also it's so vague that it really does just apply to literally everything.
Oh, yeah.
I know Lily enough to know that when she says this advice, she means it in the sense of like, um, I'm not going to make a serious show because having fun means in her mind that nothing is serious, nothing has meaning, it's
Oh,
just episodic dumb fun. But
This
that's not what
absolutely
that
fails.
means.
Yeah, this absolutely fails the minute that you think about Lily herself. In fact,
Oh yeah.
the video I reacted to on my live stream is all about her completely just shitting on the concept of serialized storytelling for no fucking reason, just because Steven Universe burned her that bad.
And like,
Oh god, what's her fucking
it
fanfic that we're
comes-
reading going to be like now that I think about it? Is it going to actually have a fucking
yeah, I
plot?
wonder.
I'm scared now. Is it just going to be meandering?
Wait,
it
which
might be
fanfic?
meandering.
Wait, which fanfic?
It's her self-insert
Sith
OC.
Resurgence.
Yeah, it's all about
Her,
you
her
talking about the
black
Star Wars?
self-insert OC.
yeah, the Star Wars one
You
where
talking about the Star Wars?
yeah,
one?
the Star Wars one where Sith aren't the bad
I heard
guys.
things about that. Y'all gotta let me know when you're covering that because that's gonna be funny.
We already finished the first chapter.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you can go back and watch our streams here on the channel. Look in the live tab. Izanagi says, evidently, Lily has never seen anything from Tokusatsu side of things. That side of things has both serialized and episodic stuff, and it also has a mix of fun, silly, and serious plot lines. I'm glad you're giving the pitch for Tokusatsu. You don't want Lily anywhere near it, man. Lily is not someone you like.
No.
No one should be interacting with Lily at this point trying to convince her of anything. I think she's just a lost cause.
Well, not only that, but she actively like bites your head off if you try to give her recommendations.
Yeah, because she literally says it's a breach in her boundaries if you recommend her something. I'm like, bitch,
yeah.
what the fuck?
How? Why? Like, it's not somebody holding you at gunpoint saying you have to watch this show if you want to live. It's someone saying, hey, if you like this thing, I'll recommend it to you. I'll recommend this thing to you because I think you might enjoy it. And then she's just like, how fucking dare you?
When you're a critic that keeps complaining about a shit ton of things every single goddamn day, there's no wonder there's going to be people who's going to be all like, hey, here's an example of a story that you might like that does this thing well.
Periodic Pete says, is there anything we want Lily near? Serious question, by the way. A wood chipper.
No.
Preferably inside.
Oh my god. That is a joke, YouTube.
That is a joke. That is a joke. I do not actually wish harm upon anyone unless they have personally wronged me on a deep, visceral level, which is a very, very, very short list.
Also, what was it? Also, there was something about, damn it, I forgot something about Lily. God damn it. Whatever.
Let's move on to 78 then.
Yep.
All right. 78. As a general rule, slice of life has always been a more popular genre than action adventure. This is the same tip from before, just simpler in one sentence.
Yeah.
Are you fucking stupid? Did you run out of ideas?
Are you actually asking that question seriously?
No, I'm not. I'm just playing it up for chat. You know how
Also,
I am.
we brought this up. Fucking Goku, fucking Dragon Ball, one of the biggest properties in all of history.
Well, Pokemon is more action adventure than slice of life. That is the most profitable franchise on the frickin' planet. Followed by Hello Kitty, which is still really goddamn popular, is slice of life, but still not as popular as Pokemon by a long shot.
No.
Then you have shows. Then you have franchises like Dragon Ball Z, which again, action adventure, not slice of life. Then you have, on the smaller scale, still really popular, Sailor Moon, action adventure, not slice of life. Like Friends, the show that she mentioned earlier is, yes, on the list of the most profitable franchises in the world, but it's very, very, very low on the list.
Yep.
As in, like, I think it said that it made like $6 billion. To Pokemon's like 300 something billion.
But here's a question: does Friends have a statue in Mexico? I don't think so. Point proven. Also, I remember I was gonna say earlier, dude, I would blow my head off if Lily reviews Kamen Rider Kuga. I want that bitch to stay the fuck away from that show. That show is excellent. It is probably the best Kamen Rider show. Oh my god, don't let her touch Shin Kamen Rider, for fuck's sake. Don't let her get nowhere near that bitch.
Let's actually look at the list here. Let me just Google this real quick. The most profitable franchises in media. Pokemon, again, like I said, action adventure, Hello Kitty, slice of life. Winnie the Pooh, slice of life. Mickey the Mouse and Friends, depends. Star Wars, definitely not slice of life.
Definitely not.
And Pan Man, I think it is slice of life. Disney princesses, not really slice of life. Mario, definitely not. Shonen Jump, definitely not. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, definitely not. Harry Potter, definitely not. Spider-Man, definitely not. Gundam, definitely not. Batman, definitely not. Dragon Ball, definitely not. Barbie.
Dude, my favorite slice of life show, Gundam.
Barbie, your mileage may vary on whether or not it is action adventure or slice of life. So it depends. So, like, yes, there are definitely slice of life shows and franchises that are considered the most profitable franchises out there. However, that doesn't mean that they're more than the action adventure. Again,
yeah, if they did, they would make up more of the list.
Yeah, just from the simple fact that Pokemon is the highest grossing franchise in media in existence. And it is not slice of life. It is an episodic, semi-serialized show in anime. It is definitely a simplistic but still serialized story in the games. The side games have the better story and the more quality game work. Fight me on that. I will die on that hill.
I don't think anyone else will die
Like,
on that
even
hill. I think no one's gonna challenge you on that. That's a good hill to stand on.
yeah. Fun fact, my friend in real life probably ruined the main series of Pokemon for one of her friends because her friends had never played Pokemon before, and she first introduced her to the games for Pokemon by giving her Mystery Dungeon.
Oh no.
And then she played the main series, and she's like, wow, this game is empty.
Sora Hart, hi, I just woke up. What have I missed? Well, approximately 13.
A lot.
13 different examples. So 79, I think, is it Mino?
Yeah.
Yes.
Feature creep is a problem in storytelling as well. You don't have to cram every single idea, reference, and homage you can think of into a story. You can save ideas for another time. Technically true, but also you can still, if you write it well enough, you can cram everything in.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of execution.
I think if you're early starting as a writer, it's probably more advantageous not to do that. Probably.
Yeah, no,
I mean, I would agree. Like, when it comes to like feature creep, that's more like games than books or TV shows or movies. So that's kind of a weird concept.
I guess a more accurate term would be bloating.
Yeah.
You bloat your work with ideas as opposed to actually developing them.
Yeah.
Ruby.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do agree that like it's not required that you cram in every single idea, reference, and homage that you can think of into a story, but you should still try for at least the general gist of the story that you want to tell. Because, like, again, Fractured Fairy Tales, I want to homage fairy tales. So I'm going to cram in as many references to fairy tales that I can. Doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to do it for every single fairy tale out there, because that would just be impossible. But I do have room to do a lot of different stories, and I'm gonna do it, and nobody can stop me. But that doesn't mean that I can't save completely unrelated homages and references and other things that aren't related to fairy tales for a different story.
Sure.
Number 80. I think it's you, Toy.
Yeah, I was just clearing my throat.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, because I muted my microphone, and I mute my microphone whenever I make unpleasant noises.
Oh, I was
You
gonna
don't hear
say
it, hopefully.
noise suppression probably just cut that out, but yeah.
No, I have a mute button on my microphone.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. D&D alignments are terrible metrics for character design. They're meant as a quick reference for improvisation in a TTRPG environment and shouldn't be taken outside of that environment.
No, it's
Really,
like basic.
it's a good starting point.
Blueprint. Yeah,
it's a system. It's not just for improvisation. Like, especially in earlier versions of D&D, your alignment fucking mattered. Like, you could actually be forcibly changed in alignment. You had enemies that, like, your paladin's smite wouldn't work if the enemy wasn't evil. So if you were fighting a neutral character, you're shit out of luck. Like, you have, like, mechanics that actually build into the alignments. Now, I have my issues with alignment. I actually really don't like alignment because a lot of good nature, like, I very much believe into the road to hell is paved with good intention. You have a lot of good people that end up developing bad things, like building bad systems or developing bad devices or technology that can be used poorly. Like, or end up doing things that they think is right, but it ends up being just horribly wrong. I find it like a struggle of a system, and I try to improvise differently than others. But overall, it's like you can't just ignore the alignment that a character has. It's not just for improvising. It's the opposite of that. You're supposed to be building a character from that. How do you fit within this paradigm? And, like, you know, what strange quirks do you have that might be a little bit outside of that?
Yeah.
Also,
again, like Kaiser said, it is a blueprint. So therefore, you have to build aspects from that. That is the basic vanilla starting point for your character. And you can add nuances on top of that. You're not limited.
That's literally what I did with the main character of the story that I'm working on.
Yeah, like, you're not limited to just having your character be like that just because you fit them on a specific square in the alignment chart. You can have them branch out from that. You can have them grow. That's what a character arc is. My god.
In fact, that's probably that's probably how the fucking cast of Critical Role did when creating Vox Machina, and that pretty much is doing well. That was a good show.
You can have the donuts be fashionably late. Billy Donuts is here, everyone. Woo!
Let's go! Let's go!
Sean Folder, Celtic, what are your feelings on the new version of Pathfinder's replacement for alignment? I have not looked into Pathfinder 2's replacement for alignment. I haven't paid attention to Pathfinder 2 since they started to transfer over to a non-OGL system. I would need to actually see what they're doing with it. That might actually be interesting, like, for me to cover on my own at some point. I love diving into that kind of stuff, and I have my thoughts on how game design should be approached and why I have some problems with the current viewpoint on it. I know a lot of people had some people had some strong opinions against mine when it came down to the ability score modifiers and races and that kind of stuff. So that's like a whole topic when in nature of, like, what it means to reflect things mechanically. There's a whole discussion there. So I've not seen that. I'll probably have to look into that at some point soon. I mostly just stick to older systems at this point because I don't like the newer ones.
Also,
I guess while we're talking, while we're replying to people who are adding us, Jonah Williams, can we read Fractured Fairy Tales yet?
I was about to go there.
And also, what was the name of that one world-building website you recommended a long while back, if you remember? You cannot read Fractured Fairy Tales yet. I'm thinking of starting to write a basic outline for Fractured Fairy Tales, and then maybe eventually I can start, I don't know, releasing short segments or chapters of what I could do for a very early draft of Fractured Fairy Tales, maybe on my Patreon or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Also, Jonah Williams added me. I think this is about number 79. This is once again about Steven Universe. Oh, right, you're right. Fuck me. That was about Steven Universe. They reference Revolutionary Girl Utena a few times, and Lily believes that's what made Steven Universe bad. Yeah, she kind of shat on Steven Universe because it referenced anime and shit.
Also, there's a bunch of different world building things that I use, so you're gonna have to specify. But the big world building website that I know of and have used in the past has been World Anvil.
This
So you could
video
look into
sponsor,
that.
Psych. I'm joking. I'm joking.
There's also something similar that I use for world building and stuff called Obsidian, which is basically gives you like it's a downloadable system where you just it's like you make your own wiki on your desktop. World Anvil focuses much the same way, so it depends like just really where you want to pick and choose on that.
There's also it's not really a world building website, but there is a website that's meant for you to build up your story, and that's campfire writing. So you can do a whole bunch of things like build your characters, your character relationships, your world building, your magic systems, your maps, your history, all sorts of things. You can add sections of that, purchase sections of it, so that you can not have delays or limitations and stuff. And you can choose whether or not you have like a monthly subscription or a yearly subscription or just buy it outright sort of thing. But campfire writing not only allows you to build your story from the ground up, allows you to write your manuscript on it, but they also have a publishing section now. So you can publish your novels through Campfire now.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 81.
I believe you said
swag.
Sorry. I believe you said something about it being like a tree. That would be that's not really a world building.
Ginkgo.
Yeah, Ginkgo writer. That's not really a world building thing so much as like an idea thing. So you can write your ideas down, and then from that one single idea, you can expand on that idea as much as possible and as intricately as you want to by adding on leaves to the tree on your ginkgo leaf. So if you have one idea that says like this character, and then you can add 3 more leaves that say the age of the character, the alignment of the character, the powers of the character, and then you can choose the alignment of the character, and then from that one leaf, you can expand to 5, 10, 15, 20 more things, and you can choose one of those leaves and just add another, like, however many more that you need until you get all of your information out.
I find Ginkgo very useful for timelining. I haven't used it very recently, but when I was first getting things for Sentinel set up, I used it to try and get a kind of a good picture of like the timeline. It's actually very useful for that kind of stuff. Blade Charge says, to be honest, I'm afraid of writing again because of my grammar issues. Glad I never is it one to Lily if I go back to it. I'm glad that Lily will never see your writing either.
Yeah, if that's what you meant, then we're glad with you, buddy. But
don't be afraid of your grammar issues, because you can just write your story and then ask somebody to help fix your grammar issues later. Like, the thing about writing is that it's not like fan fiction where you just write your story and then publish it raw. Like that's like saying, oh yeah, I cooked my steak. I took it out of the fridge and then just served it on the plate. No, you have to cook it first. And cooking is the editing process. So
yeah,
editing can take more than one round, and it can involve more than just spelling or developmental or line fixing. It can involve a lot of different things, but it will eventually fix your grammar. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Seawit says, really wish I had made this chat last week while Critter was here on the podcast, but I really appreciate you guys being here while I have been working these late nights in the day hours. Man, I'm really glad that you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're having fun. Like, I always have anxiety about whether or not I can keep the entertainment energy going. I know I have two other guests or two other hosts that can help make up for that, but like even then, I'm always anxious about, oh man, are we being entertaining enough, or are we boring them, that kind of stuff. So it's glad to hear that we're keeping you entertained. I'm having a good time. I'm sure they're having a good time. I'm glad you're having a good time.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude. Like we're glad. I'm always glad when people are just enjoying our stuff and what we have to say.
Yeah.
It's always a good treat. This is the best part about it. If y'all weren't here, this wouldn't mean anything. Trust me.
Macy Mage, it's not really insulting to fanfiction just because there are good fanfics out there. The
She's just saying
default
there's a different purpose for fan fiction.
Yeah, like a lot of the majority of fanfic writers out there probably don't edit their work. They just write it and then they just publish it as is. It's not the person who is going to write fanfic who also edits their work is going to be in the minority. So I am someone who does edit their fanfic. Part of the reason why I haven't updated my fanfic in a while is because I've been struggling to edit my fanfic, and I should just stop being so critical of my fanfic, but I want to make it really good, and I want to add a bunch of stuff to it that I didn't in the first round, and probably fix an issue that kind of cropped up as I was writing the more recent chapters. But I know that I am in the minority. It's not that fanfic writers can't edit, it's that they usually don't.
Yeah, think about the ratio, I guess, between, writers who do edit and writers who don't in fan fiction, and can compare that ratio to people who do that with like actual published novels, and one is definitely gonna be wider on that scale than the other.
Joss Thomas More knew. I only said the LWA was short because I wanted to see if they addressed the Amanda photo Hannah X Amanda for life. Dude, if they come back with another season, I doubt they're going to address something that was in the fucking Chamber of Time. Like, they might offhandedly mention the Chamber of Time happened. Actually, I don't even know if they will, because I can't remember if that story ends with them having like no memory of everything fucking happening because of the fucking time loops. Because that game was a mess. That was such a bad game, unfortunately, even though all the lore stuff was fun. They had a whole video game where you basically replayed the same day over and over in a time loop at the school. So you actually got to go around and do these different plot lines. And basically they kind of hinted at that one character got a crush on the other because they saw a photo of her in a suit. And it's like, oh, that's kind of cute. And so like the entire fandom fucking ran away with that.
Yeah,
but it's like,
course.
guys,
It makes me...
it's not going to happen. You're not going to get more on that. The series is done.
I just want to say it makes me really happy to see so many people say that they edit their fanfics. It makes me so happy.
Yeah.
If you can dream
So
White Rose
maybe
can
there's
happen,
hope
I
for
can
him
dream
yet.
about the photo. Dude, I have no hope that White Rose happens in the actual show. I have zero hope that... I have actually negative hope. I actively don't think it's going to happen. In my own writing, I want to try and make White Rose canon, but I also am limited by what canon had, and I gotta work with what I have. I recognize I might not be able to make that happen. Unfortunate, but whatever. You've given up. How sad. No. I've chosen my battles. I've chosen my battles.
Yeah.
So 81. I believe,
As he
Kaiser?
sheds a single tear. No, it's 81. Yes.
Yeah.
When writing LGBTA characters, this will be good. Stay as far away from Rocky Horror Picture Show as you possibly can. I remember this one. Some gay people hold it up as a meaningful part of our culture. You mean the majority of them. It is not. It's a trans misogynistic nightmare made by an actual TERF. Not true. Not a reference guide for anything. Now, I'm not a fan. I don't know anything about this Rocky Horror Picture Show shit, but every person who I've seen look this stuff up says this is complete bullshit. So
I
don't know.
believe it, having watched the film.
He's a like I haven't, so I probably know the least out of the three of us, but he says he's a transvestite. So I'm pretty sure that's a
That's a cross-dresser.
like a cross-dresser.
That's a cross-dresser that is not a transsexual.
Yeah.
Well, admittedly, he is
Yeah.
he's a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. So it might imply that he is transsexual because he's from transsexual Transylvania. I'm not entirely sure how that works out. It's a comedy. It's a really fucking weird comedy that's only good if you're in a theater filled with people that have already seen the film a billion times and know all of the in-jokes that have been made in the community for decades. That's the only time it's good. It is not a good movie on its own. Like, it's actually a really bad film. Philip Schwartz, Lily loves moving the goalpost, doesn't she? Yes.
Yes.
Shadow boxing, let's go.
Like the thing that kind of bothers me about this is that I think that she's implying that because the film, which is old, it's an older film, is using older terminology that isn't used as much anymore, that makes it a bad film. And that's just not true. But also,
poor performance indeed.
You have a Tim Curry button?
I do.
Why didn't you tell me you have a Tim Curry button?
Discord gave it to me.
It makes me uncomfortable to the idea that you just take cross-dressers and just automatically say that they're trans and then get mad that cross-dressing depictions in media is transphobic, because they are completely different things. You can have cross-dressers that are trans, sure, but not all cross-dressers are trans.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And weirdly, not all trans people are cross-dressers. In fact, wait, if you're trans, you can't be a cross-dresser because you would just be dressing as the gender you identify as.
Exactly. Exactly. So, like, it's almost transphobic to say that all cross-dressers are trans.
Wait. I'm getting like a brain blast here. If Tim Curry was playing a transvestite transsexual Transylvanian and dressed up like, so the entire time he was born a woman and identifies as a man, but still cross-dresses as a woman. We figured it out.
We defeated transphobia, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
That would be the most confused person.
Yes. Oh my god. But more towards Twilight's point, because I agree. Like, Rocky Horror Picture Show, from what I heard, is a very, like, a huge, landmark in the queer and trans community and shit like that. And yeah, it uses a lot of terminology that is probably outdated now, but that's literally what they had to work with back then. Like, to say that it is not a meaningful part of your culture, Lily, is kind of stupid. Like, that shit was a huge landmark for people. It still gets tickets. People still watch it on Blu-ray. Like, how does that work? You can't just say that, oh, only a minority of, queer people actually like this film. And it's like, no, bitch, no.
Yeah. Oh, it's so weird.
What number are we on? We are now on 82, which 82. Is me?
Yes.
The Q slur as a concept tacitly reinforces heteronormativity by casting LGBTA people as inherently strange. In no big deal representation, the words should be avoided. Normalizing LGBTA people and the Q slur are like oil and water and don't go together. No. All right. So this is something that this might end my entire career by saying this, but people need to. Can you maybe not?
Oh my god.
My bad, my bad,
Um,
my bad.
But people in the LGBTA need to acknowledge you are not part of the norm. I am not part of the norm. I identify as bi. So fuck off with this. I can say this shit. The fucking
Yeah, the whole thing.
the whole thing, you must acknowledge you are not part of the norm. You are a minority, and thus you are inherently strange to the norm. You are outside the realm of normality. Queer is perfectly fitting in that way.
Yeah, like there's nothing, and to that point, there's nothing wrong with being outside the norm or not being the same as like what is considered normal. Normalcy and weird and abnormalcy, the difference between those two are not inherently the problem. The problem, surprise, surprise, is when people are being bigoted and assholes and doing unnecessary things to people just because they are abnormal. Like saying, for example, I experience in a lot of ways in my life, other black people, saying that, oh, I'm not like other black people. And I kind of feel bad about that. I had my own experiences regarding that. But I still have to acknowledge that, yeah, I'm not like those people, but that doesn't mean I should be treated any differently.
Yeah. And like I do get it to some degree because older people who are part of the LGBT community, they do view queer as a slur. But
Sure.
the point is the same with other terms. You can try and attempt to make the sting less by not viewing it as an insult, which is what younger people of the LGBT community try to do by embracing queer.
Yeah.
They want to take the stigma of the term queer out of it so that it's no longer a slur. And by you saying that you don't want it to be used is saying that you think that it should remain a slur.
Yeah, you are giving the bigots power. Congratulations.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that it is inherently wrong for somebody to want to still be offended by the word.
Sure.
But you can't go about saying that everyone should view it the same way that you do, because without acknowledging the reason why they're trying to accept the term in the first place. And also, queer was also accepted because there are people that don't feel normal, that feel strange and outside of the norm, but also can't quantify what any other group that they fall into. So they just say that they are the blanket term queer because that's what it is, a blanket term.
Pining Tree says, haha, no. The problem that comes with queer sometimes is that it's very white and thus can fail to include people of color. What the fuck?
Is it?
I really do not think about...
I never heard that.
I've never heard that in my life. I've only ever heard of it. Like, I've heard gay black guys use queer in reference to themselves.
Yeah,
I have heard that.
I find it a very weird concept that people try to say that a very neutral thing or a very inclusive thing suddenly doesn't include them for whatever reason, and it's usually their own insecurities, so then they try to make it a deal. I'm sorry that you have this insecurity about yourself. That doesn't make it necessarily true. You gotta learn to get past that. Queer,
like, that's a thing on an individual basis, right? Like if an older trans or queer person, let's say that I just say, hey, this is so and so, they're queer, they're part of the queer community, and they're like, hey, do you mind not using that when describing me? I don't like that word. I'd be like, okay, that's fine, right? But when I'm talking about the general freaking community, And 99.999999999 of them agree that can be used as a term to describe the community itself. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Right?
By inherently saying this group that is supposed to encompass everyone who views themselves this way suddenly doesn't include you for arbitrary reasons, and thus you need something else in order to feel included. You're the one that is excluding yourself from the group. It's no one else that does that.
Okay, now to be fair,
Which,
that
to
is
be
perfectly in
fair,
line
is
with
pretty
Lily.
on brand for Lily to exclude
Yeah.
herself all the freaking time.
Yeah.
We're running 2 hours in. I kind of want to hurry along the numbers.
Oh yeah, we
Yeah,
should
yeah.
probably blitz through these.
Yeah. Well, we're going to hit another one that's probably going to be a bit of a roadblock. Twy.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh boy. Rape is an unforgivable crime, more so than killing. Killing can potentially be justified in a story without becoming a villain. Rape cannot.
What if you're mind controlled?
Wow!
What if you were mind
Immediately
controlled
shut
before
that
you
down.
do that?
I was going to go with what if a person commits rape but then goes on a character growth? Like they actually grow from it in
Yeah.
the sense of they recognize they have done something wrong and they want to make better choices in the future and then try to also make up for the mistakes they made. What if it's a redemption arc, Lily? What if there's a moment where the character is trying to be a better person? They don't even have to interact with the person they hurt. They could just cut off be like, I can't be around you because I don't want to hurt you more just by being there. You could take this any number of directions. Now, I will say,
Yeah.
I do think that rape, typically speaking, is a worse crime. I'm not gonna say that
Sure.
it's better because you have the combination fact of people have to live with it. It typically takes a little more intent than killing typically
of
does.
pregnancy.
Yeah, that on all the complications that come with that. Of virality, you can have a huge amount of the potentiality for virality as well. There's any number of reasons why it could get worse and worse and worse, and why rape, I think, is a more serious crime. And I think it's why we hold, if I were to say kill on stream, I don't think anything is going to happen. But if I keep saying the word rape, I think we'll get demonetized pretty hardcore, because it's that serious of a crime.
Yeah. It's just so weird that she can say, oh, killing and murder can be justified in a story, but this thing cannot be justified in the story. It's like, well, what if the point of the story is someone dealing with that?
Yeah.
Or you have a book like Margaret Atwood's book. What was it called again? That really famous one that she had.
No idea.
You guys know what I mean though, right? That story where women became second-class citizens. The Handmaid's Tale. Thank you,
Handmaid's
Isa.
Oh right. Yeah.
I was gonna
there are rape scenes in that book, and it is to show that these women have been unpersoned. They are now just reproduction dolls for the pleasure of men. That is a justified scene in the book.
Mhm.
It is an uncomfortable scene. It is an unpleasant scene, but it is justified.
Now, I do agree that it is probably much harder to write a story where your protagonist, and I mean a serious story, not an edge fest like say Redo of a Healer, for example, an actual serious story where the main character is and or was a rapist, but you can make that story good. You can make it redemptive, or you can have it be a negative character arc where they go sink deeper and deeper into their depravity and shit like that. Action doesn't necessarily have to be justifiable morally in order for that to be a decent route for a character in a story. Also, I love what Johnny Williams says here. So what Lily is saying is that she's an unforgivable monster that can never redeem herself.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah. Sorry,
That is
Lily.
a deep
I mean,
cut, bro.
honestly, that I would actually believe
If it's true,
I would
allegedly.
If the allegations are true, I could actually see that being the case, and I could see that being a lot of Lily's problem, being just this spiral for herself. Like, the idea is that she is so distraught by the guilt that she can't allow that anything like it to ever permeate her ever again. Like, she can't ever.
Yeah.
She's running away from all the negative feelings from what she did, and she just can't cope with like the fact that she has done something horrible, and that has colored like.
Buddy,
she's basically
surprised.
like, that would be a fascinating character study. Honestly, is just someone who's driven themselves into this spiteful state because they committed one harmful thing, which is honestly horrible. But at the same time, there is ways to recover. It's not a be all end all. There are ways to repair those things. There's ways to be a better
Yeah,
person.
it starts by acknowledging that you did that wrong.
Yeah. Although I don't advise on a legal level, I do not advise admitting that you did that wrong. Do it in private to a therapist and start working through it with them.
Yeah.
Like I mean,
84?
yeah, 84. That's you. Sorry. I was going to go into a whole legal screedo, but just don't admit to committing crimes in public. Just don't do it. It's a bad idea. I give everyone the same advice. It's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are we? 84 is Kaiser?
85.
That's you.
No,
Oh, no, that
it's
is Kaiser.
'cause you
Never
did
mind.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Oh my god. I remember this one. I feel like part of me feels like we didn't cover this before. Me and Twilight talked about this.
Yes.
84. Sex scenes are never necessary. You want to include one because you're horny. Then more. I mean, wait. It should say if you want to include one. Lily, fucking grammar, you dumb bitch. If you want to include one because you're horny, then more power to you, and more grammarly for you, lady. Jesus. But any attempt to justify it as important to the story will only get you laughed at. Kentaro fucking Miura, God bless his soul, has never been laughed at fucking once for the scene that he made between Guts and Casca. That scene is actually very important to the story because you have two people who have struggled with physical intimacy for very similar reasons, actually being vulnerable with one another and just figuring out normal sex for the first time.
Oh, please tell me it's like awkwardly hilarious. It's like, so do I stick
in the
it
manga? Yes. In the anime, less so.
I was gonna say, like, so do I stick it like here or?
There are plenty of stories where the sex scenes are important for similar reasons. It is people figuring out how to move past their own hangups. It is of them learning how to be sexual for the first time, getting over the awkwardness, getting over their potential fears and other issues maybe related to sex, whether or not it be because of trauma or religion or whatever. There are a lot of stories out there for that, and they're also important and just as justifiable as any other story that can be or needs to be written. And to say that they are only boiled down because the person writing it is horny is to just be incredibly ignorant about other people outside of yourself.
That said, I typically stray away from sex scenes in my writing. That's not like very personal, like for funsies writing. But like when it comes down to like when I'm doing serious writing for a story, I typically shy away from it because I find it distracting a lot of times when you're trying to do that. I feel like balancing the erotic element of it with the sentimental element of it, and like whether or not you can get if you can get the same things out of the sentimental stuff without needing to use the erotic. Like I think there's a lot. Typically, there is a way to do that, but I think it's fine if people want to go all in on having a sex scene that is important to the story. I just think typically you can find a way around it, and I prefer that, but that's
Sure.
just me.
Also,
And
for once, I'm going to give Gundam Seed credit. I'm going to do the unthinkable, guys. Josh Thomas nor knew. Didn't they have a scene in Seed with Kira and the girl to show how she was manipulating Kira?
Yes!
Absolutely.
Faye!
Yeah.
That was one of the very few good parts of the show. Flay was one of the very few good parts of the show because she actually has a character and did shit. But most importantly, to this point, Flay, who was already like arranged to be married to one of Kira's friends, by the way, was manipulating Kira by seducing him in order to give him further motivation to keep fighting and protecting them.
Well, no. That makes her seem selfless. Her initial motivation was to get what. This is great. Her entire motivation is very self-serving. She only started sleeping with Kira because she wanted to get the benefits of being the girl who's dating the ace pilot that's keeping everyone safe. And the thing is, as time went on, though, and they actually grew to know each other, and actually as Kira began to sour on her and started to kind of wisen up to her, ironically, you see the opposite happening with her, where she actually develops genuine feelings for him and a genuine sense of he's actually keeping all of us safe. It's no longer just about her, it's now about everyone else. And that, and whereas like the tragedy of Seed was so well done, Flay's vaporization at the end of the series.
Yeah.
Spoilers, by the way. I don't care. It's Seed. Her
Her
vaporization.
Don't watch.
I genuinely felt really fucking bad when she died.
Yeah.
So she was on the cusp of redeeming herself. She wasn't quite there yet, but you could see that she was just climbing that ladder, and she was right there about to be this person that could have Kira's back and be a valuable partner for him. And it's ripped away from both of them.
And that scene,
it's so tragic.
Be less impactful. Yeah, it's tragic, and it would have a bit less bite to it if we didn't have the scene of her using her body to manipulate him. That's how far she came from that point. Pun unintended, people. Sorry.
Yeah. I think we're gonna get another miracle in the next one.
Oh, is this me?
Here we go.
85. Strong characters can still cry and need support from others. Vulnerability is not a character flaw. Didn't we already have this one?
Yeah, I feel like we had. Yeah, I feel like we had this one before.
I feel like she's repeating herself now.
I think
like
so.
I
Yeah.
said, she ran out of ideas. Also, she repeated the rape. Oh wait, no, not the rape one. That's a different. There's two about rape, but they're different. Let me see.
I still agree with this though.
Yes, I still agree.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can still have a strong character who can need to be vulnerable, because at the end of the day, no matter how strong you are, you can still break mentally.
I think there's a disconnect where a lot of people don't understand what people are talking about when they mean strong characters. When you're talking about strong characters, you're talking the strength of the writing of the character. As in, are they consistent? Are they interesting? Do they follow, do they have a creed, or are they morally loose? Like, basically, it's like all about the establishment and the consistency of the character and how interesting all those elements play. A strong character is interesting, well-established, and follows logical thought lines through all the things, unless pushed in a situation where irrationality makes sense. There is this is a strong character.
Sorry. This has always been the complaint when it comes to strong female characters, because it has never been that these characters needed to be as strong as men. They needed to be strongly written. That has always been the disconnect between what people were saying and what people took from that. They just assumed that they meant strong as in strong like men, but that's never been the case.
Yeah, that's never been the case. But of course, Hollywood is gonna Hollywood, and most importantly, dumb people who think uncritically are going to basically create media without critical thought. That's just how it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And which is unfortunate because there are a lot of interesting ideas. Like, there's a lot of potential with a character like Rey from the sequel trilogy, for example. There are a lot of good things you can do with her character potentially. It's just utterly wasted because the writers didn't know what the fuck to do with her. That she's incredibly powerful. She's strong, but is she meaningful? Is she memorable for all the right reasons? Not fucking really.
Mm-hmm. All right, 86.
Chronosphere! New Chronosphere art! Oh
What?
my god!
Oh my god. We haven't had Chronosphere in a fortnight. Hold on. Oh my god. That laugh.
Traumatized
Okay.
Phoenix!
Hold on. Wait. I need to see it.
Oh no.
Oh my god. I
Oh.
wish there was some more blank depictions with children.
What? Titan, I got good moaning? Did you mean good morning, or was I moaning off screen? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's
All right.
so funny.
86.
86. Peak TV is a fancy word of saying addiction-fueled misery porn. What?
The
Lily?
fuck?
What? What does this mean?
I remember this one. Oh my god, what the fuck does that even mean, bro? Who uses the term peak TV anymore? Like, as far as I know, that's only been used for freaking ratings. What are
Well,
you
no.
talking about?
People call shit peak all the time if it's like really good, and it's a word up there with shit like Kino that has lost all meaning to me.
Yeah.
Where it's just
Yeah.
like everyone's like, "Oh man, that episode of The Acolyte was so Kino," and I'm just like, well, "Why?" Because the lightsaber
no,
fight was so
dude.
good, and it's like, okay, but what about the characters though?
Right.
Yeah, and then they're fucking quiet.
Yeah.
Well, like,
and then they blame the people fucking racists and homophobes for it failing and not getting a season 2. But there you go.
like, I consider Fruits Basket to be peak TV. That is not addiction-fueled misery porn. That is hurt
Yeah.
comfort.
I don't consider fucking Zatch Bell to be addiction fuel misery porn. I think that is an underrated, like, really high class shonen, and it's incredibly heartwarming most of the time.
Yeah. Like, there are a lot of really good television shows that do have misery as an element, but to say that it's addiction-fueled misery porn is very weird
Yeah.
because that means that in order to keep watching, you become obsessed with the misery, when that's kind of the opposite of the reason why we watch, because the majority of us watch with the hope that the character will get past the misery and find happiness in the end.
You gotta get
Yeah.
past the misery so you can learn that everybody wants to be your enemy.
Yeah. Like, the only
Fuck. That was
the only
bad. You should feel bad.
I was looking for a place. I had to make my road there.
like, the only time that I would kind of say something is kind of misery porn is shows like The 100, where you have like 3 genocides in there, and the majority of the cast
Triple kill.
rotate out because so many characters die in the end. Like, to the point where you only think that the 2 main characters of the show are safe, but even then, one of those main characters ends up dying in the last season.
This addiction fueled.
And you're like, oh shit.
This is addiction fueled misery porn. Lily, this is a Wendy's.
Yeah.
lady, what the fuck?
It's
Okay.
87, which I think is Kaiser now.
yes.
Yeah. Addiction-based storytelling. Oh my fucking god. Stop using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Anyways, addiction-based storytelling relies on serialization, cliffhangers, and shocking twists, constantly raised stakes, and an obsession with foreshadowing to get people to watch, not because they're enjoying themselves, but because they're stuck on a tension high. Oh
That's
my God.
not.
This is Steven Universe again. This is
Yep.
Steven Universe again. This is again.
Phantom of the Night
Get
says,
over it!
aren't soap
Who-
operas just serialized slice of life stories? No. Yeah. No, Look, I mean, when you have like aliens and ghosts and demons and shit involved, I don't fucking know. Soap operas are their own thing. All right, there's a reason why people call them soap operas. They're kind of in their own
Yep.
category of bullshit. I don't
I
know.
mean,
if you're a good
they
example of
usually are fairly. They usually are fairly well grounded until you get into like season 37, and then they kind of run out of ideas, and that's when you get the weird shit like ghosts and aliens and all that kind of stuff.
I'm still pissed about
God.
Days of Our
But, like-
Lives. My sister and I would watch it before going to school because it was on, and she loved it, and I would just be there. There was an entire
My
arc where
mom used to watch that.
there was an entire arc where they were like at like a circus tent, and they kept teasing that this fucking tiger was going to maul someone. We watched for like a week and a half straight. The tiger never mauled jack shit. The tiger didn't appear again.
God
It
damn
was
it.
just- it's like, what the fuck?
I wanted to see a mauled child. Psych, no.
And you know how long Days of Our Lives had been running by the time you and your sister were old enough to
Like
watch
40
it?
years or something crazy like that.
Exactly.
But yeah, more to this point though, like all of this can just be dispelled by it works if it's done well. Like serialization, cliffhangers, shocking twists, blah 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 blah. All of this stuff is not inherently addiction peddling. Like I can understand in
No.
a circumstance in a story where you're dragging things out too much, Ruby, to the point where you know the impact that the reveals you want to happen have, you know, are significantly lessened. That is true, but that is not addiction-based storytelling. That's just you being bad with your story.
Yeah, and like, I'm sorry, but if somebody is genuinely not enjoying something anymore, they can still tune out. I did
Yeah.
that with Naruto. I got sick of Naruto and I stopped watching the anime. And I I stopped even reading the manga after a while because I knew how it would end. I still have not finished reading Naruto because I knew how it would end, and then I learned how it ended, and surprise, surprise, it ended exactly how I thought it would. So I don't feel the need to go and finish Naruto. It had nothing to do with cliffhangers or shocking twists or constantly raised stakes, because if you are genuinely not enjoying that show anymore, or that book or that manga or whatever, then
why stick
you can
around?
always why stick around? You can always just go and leave it and go on to something that you do enjoy.
What?
If there
Oh.
is something that you still get out of it, then yeah, you can still watch it, but you're still getting something out of it. If you're not getting something out of it, then you can just leave.
I want to raise a point. One, we actually have a part 2 to this one. So Kaiser,
I was about to say.
But then Doodly Ding Dong
Yeah.
TikTok, that was me with The Walking Dead. I don't know what happened after Negan happened. Okay, I'm gonna recommend look at Your Movie Sucks, YMS. He has an entire breakdown of what the fuck happened with The Walking Dead after season 1. It's very interesting. Like it doesn't cover the whole series. It just covers what
Yes.
happens with season 2. But it's very fascinating to learn what the
Also-
fuck happened and why that show shifted the way it did.
Also, watch Friendly Space Ninjas videos on it. I watched
Ooh.
those
I
despite
wish I
not
could
being really
be.
a fan of Walking Dead at all or knowing all that much about it. He's just an incredible creator, but he's pretty thorough too, it seems.
I wish I could be like my older sister. When she doesn't like something, she drops it, then searches up what happens after it ends, or imagines her own ending and has peace. That is a good way of doing stuff.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you should follow in your sister's footsteps, Jonah.
Fan fiction. Fan fiction for life. It's wonderful.
Yep.
Conviction for life.
There are
Didn't
Didn't you
shows.
drop Death Note because you were spoiled too? Yeah. I lost interest in Death Note because I was spoiled in it, and I didn't feel the need to ever go back to it, even after the character was technically replaced, because why would I want to?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it has nothing to do with it being a serialized thing with twists and stuff, because it's a psychological horror and all that kind of stuff. If I get to a point where I no longer have interest in it, I'm not going to stay with it. It doesn't matter how many twists and turns and surprises it has.
Kaiser, read out the rest of 87.
A7. Yeah, A7 Part 2. By the end, the viewer's only watching for closure because they've already invested so much and they need their fix in order to feel like it was worth it. This is the same business model that soap operas use. I mean, not necessarily. It's not even about getting their fix. It's to get, as you said before, closure. Like, people want to see how something ends.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
but
And
even
you're putting
even
all
then,
this demeaning language onto it. Why
yeah,
are you doing
but
that?
even then, like with me and like with Jonah's sister, you can still drop it and then
Yeah.
see what happens at a later date by reading a wiki or a summary of something.
In
And
fact, I think I did that with Naruto too.
yeah, like I read a summary of what happened at the end. I didn't have to continue watching it in order to get my closure. I
Yeah.
predicted what was going to happen with it, and I read what happened with it and had my closure from the fact that I was right. And I was satisfied with dropping Naruto.
Sure.
All right, 88. And this is actually the exact same point. If sunk cost fallacy didn't exist, shows like like Steven Universe and Game of Thrones would have been canceled by season 2. Now, wait a fucking minute. I don't know jack about
Wait a
Steven
second,
Universe.
What?
But Game of Thrones, I know people typically hail that show up through season 4. So, and
Yeah,
like,
well,
and then
yeah,
it's a
exactly.
gradual taper off as the quality falls after season 4 when they run out of books to reference. So,
Yep.
I'm not entirely
Yeah.
sure about the season 2 thing. I think people
also-
actually were invested. That's your problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and to that point, Lily, you said yourself that the first 2 seasons of Steven Universe were good. If I'm correct, if I am remembering correctly. If I remember correctly, she did say that the first 2 seasons of Steven Universe was good. And hey, it's very clear that the writer still had things to do with Steven Universe. So that's why she made more seasons. It's that fucking simple. Are you serious?
Also, like,
I'll be right back. By the way.
again, the sunk cost fallacy doesn't necessarily mean that people are doesn't necessarily mean that people are going to like, sunk cost fallacy doesn't work after only 1 or 2 seasons, Lily.
Yeah, that's not how that works, dude. 2 seasons of a show? What the fuck?
Like, you have to get into at least season 3 or 4 in order to get the sunk cost fallacy. Like, it takes a lot more than that. I can drop a show very easily after the first season if I hear that it's not doing as well, or if I don't feel like it's giving me enough. It has nothing to do with the twists and turns in the sunk cost fallacy. It means, if I'm going to stick with it, that I still think that the show is quality enough to be worth my time and investment.
Yeah. Oh my god, CBF, you are right on the money. If 88 made any sense, why did the Acolyte get canceled with season 1? Bro, why did Cowboy Bebop... Why did Netflix Bebop, Bopflix, as I like to call it, get canceled after season 1, dude?
Yeah.
Like
It's just
exactly.
so
This doesn't work.
like there are people who do say, yeah, I'm watching this because of the sunk cost fallacy, but you know what place that they're usually in when they say that? Like season 6, book
Yeah.
book 3, manga number 37.
Yeah, the 4th sequel to a show or movie or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, that literally seasons 1 and 2 is
it's
typically when the story starts to freaking happen.
mhm.
Man.
It's so funny that she doesn't seem to understand what the words that she uses means. And it's
Yep.
just so very consistent.
89 is your turn, unless you want to wait until Raymond comes back.
Yeah, I can take it.
Okay.
89. Hardcore fans will tell you that continuity is the most important thing. They're wrong.
And she proceeds not to explain why that is wrong. Because what the fuck are you talking about, Lily? Continuity is literally the point of a story. A story is a series of events. Unless you're doing something super artsy fartsy where the placement of time and space is different, or you're doing something a bit more episodic, continuity is incredibly important in your story. Not just
Yep.
continuity in the overall plot, but continuity in consistency within the characters, their motivations, their actions, how they affect other characters, their relationships. All of this shit is fucking connected. It's literally basic storytelling.
How would you like it, Lily, if by the 3rd episode of a 50-episode TV show, characters got together romantically, and then by episode 3, they just magically, for no reason, weren't in a relationship anymore, with no explanation?
It's not even acknowledged. They just don't do anything anymore.
Yeah.
Actually, oh my god, that'd be amazing.
It's not acknowledged at all.
They're it's like they are in the background doing things. They just never do anything together anymore. They're never seen a scene together anymore. Like you could do so much with that.
Yeah.
Dude, 89, tell me you're a lazy writer without telling me you're a lazy writer, Lily. X fucking exactly.
Yep. 100%. Because like consistent, like the name of the game when it comes down to storytelling, because you could have someone experimenting. I think the thing that you gotta have is consistency. Because even if you're doing something artsy fartsy, you need to actually be consistent in that artsy fartsiness, or else you're gonna send mixed messages.
Yes.
Like you need to actually
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there are. I'll talk about this with Unicorns of Balinor, which is on the list to be talked about at some point. But there is a continuity error in Unicorns of Balinor where there's something that was established beforehand, and then the moment that it gets brought up for a second time, the rules are completely different, and then it just goes back to the first rule again afterwards. And it's like, why did you do that? What time is it?
Dude.
What year is it? I don't understand what's going on.
Dude, Lily, you like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Are you really going to look at me in the eye and tell me that Avatar would not be anywhere near as good if there was barely all that much continuity? It wouldn't even be the same show anymore.
Like, imagine in season 1, Aang does learn how to do firebending.
Oh my god.
With like his teacher, was it Zhang Zhang?
Zhang, yeah.
Yeah. And he gets really good at firebending, and then all of a sudden in season 2, he just doesn't know how to use firebending anymore, so that they can reteach him firebending for season 3.
Yeah, exactly. Like what that oh my god. You have cases with characters just not doing things that they probably could do like for no freaking reason, and they have to be like remembering the same lesson over and over and over again. That's kind of one of the problems in retrospect I have with the original Ben 10. The original Ben 10 is still really good, but it felt like after a while they just kind of overuse Ben's immature nature and have him learning the same lesson over and over.
Mm-hmm. Do
The
you want to take my place, Raymond, for this one?
no, because I think
Wait,
it
I
was
thought
your
90
turn.
is mine.
I think 90's his.
Yeah, 89 was yours.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah, we're
No,
I
good.
it's
got
okay.
confused.
It's all fine.
All right. This is too political is a complaint only made by conservatives when a story acknowledges that non-white and non-straight people exist. The existence of other kinds of people is not political. Ignore those complaints. Oh my god,
No.
I'm gonna get fucking canceled.
Okay,
Okay,
so
lady, when
I can eloquate this. The reason why it has become a much more common complaint about this is too political is because very much more and more media these days has been telling you what to think. It has been telling you
Yes.
what to think, as opposed to anything that was priorly political, which was more about asking you questions about the nature of things. Sure, it can lean one way or the other, but if you look at, say, like the old Metal Gear Solid games, they actually covered a wide breadth of very relevant modern political issues, but they always raised the question of, are the pros outweighing the cons? You decide. Here is how we think is going to play out. You figure out if that's a good thing or a bad thing or how this could be done better. It's always opening the book to people to think on their own, presenting them a scenario and allowing them to figure it out, as opposed to a lot of politics now are just like, you're a bad person because you don't think like
incredibly
this.
surface level.
It's incredibly surface
and
level.
black
It's
and white,
childish.
I've always said that the main problem with the modern putting politics into a story is that you aren't talking about politics or a political topic. You are soapboxing your politics specifically.
Yeah. And okay, I guess given olive branch here, I can understand that, yeah, it's very cringe to see the freaking nerdrotics of the world, you know, not necessarily nerdrotic, the fucking geeks and gamers of the world, where, you know, they see like a remake of a franchise and it stars a black guy and they just scream, they just shit and piss in their pants, right?
Oh my god,
and then start
I saw that just yesterday.
Oh, you did?
You saw a man shitting and pissing his pants?
Yes, over a Lord of the Rings anime that's coming out, where it's focusing on it's focusing on a small aspect of the Lord of the Rings story that isn't really focused on, and he's
seeing like a girl who's like somewhat capable, and there's crying girl boss, which the only person I've seen who's been normal about it for the most part is just some guy.
Yeah, and like this one guy is like whining that they said that they wanted to focus on this character that didn't get a lot of focus because she is a background character. She only gets like one line of mention or something, and they acknowledge that, and he's getting offended that they said that Tolkien missed this as a focus, and he's getting mad. It's like, well, Tolkien didn't miss anything. It's like, I'm sorry, but you know, Tolkien existed in the early 19th century. Maybe he was a little bit of a misogynistic tendency kind of a person. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's okay to acknowledge that he didn't really focus on women. There was no such thing as a woman in The Hobbit, unless if it was like a wife of a farmer who is an actual character, and then maybe she got like one line where it said that she fed the characters and then she disappeared from the story. Like Goldberry, her whole existence in the story is to be the wife of this guy, and that is how the majority of women in most of Lord of the Rings really exist, is either the wife of a male character who is important to the story, or she is the love interest of this other character that is important to the story.
You're forgetting that entire plot line where Thorin dressed up in women's clothing. And I know everyone just like it's the transvestite arc for him, but we all know it's secretly referencing the transsexual arc for him. And he was actually a woman. And in fact, I'm dead naming him. I feel bad. Thorina is actually a very powerful member of the cast.
Tolkien says trans rights people. That's what it's all about.
But like I don't see the problem of like looking at this story, seeing a background character and being like, hey, let's make a story where they're more important, or like a story focused on that background character, and then being all upset and being like, how dare you. It's like, why though?
Say it.
Also,
Twilight Guardian, I believe the woman in a new Lord of the Rings anime actually takes Rohan's capital back in the actual story, which, like, I think the main concern that a lot of people have, because we've been burned a lot by media, is everyone's fearing a Galadriel situation like we have in Rings of Power, where it's they're doing the strong, empowered female character thing that we've just discussed earlier, where they're not thinking about what a strong female character is. They're just making her a physical match to the guys and then like overblowing that. People are fearing that, and I think I understand the knee-jerk reaction at that. Honestly, I have more problems with the story from what I can see with like the animation and shit.
Definitely.
No one complained about Lion King 1.5, where the two side characters got to be main characters. I did. I hate Lion King 1.5, but
it was like,
for completely different reasons.
Like I said before, there are people who are really weird when these changes are made in these stories, when to a degree that is unnecessary, sure. But let's not get shit twisted here, people. Those people would not have anywhere near the amount of influence and sway that they have if Hollywood actually did their freaking job. And most importantly, when they weren't explicitly doing these things for political purpose. You see director statements and interviews and articles all the freaking time where they say, hey, we're changing this character's race, they're doing this, they're doing that, as a political statement. That's just facts, okay? You can see this with Madame Web. You can see this with Captain Marvel. You can definitely see this with Rings of freaking Power, people. Like, what the fuck? You can see this with the Acolyte. People are getting tired of it, and it's not conservative to fucking
that was like the most notorious thing about the Acolyte, was that like everyone was like, have they described the story or the characters at all in the press interviews? No, but they have said multiple times it's the gayest Star Wars, and it's like, great, I guess.
Okay. Who cares?
Where are the analysis videos about how incredibly intricate or well written the characters of the Acolyte are? I haven't seen any.
Yeah. And like it I always say, like, even if I have been burned before, I will always maintain, like, I'm just going to wait until the thing comes out, and then it will tell me whether or not it is actually a good or bad story or not. I'm not going to watch a trailer. I'm not going to watch a trailer and then make up my mind just based off of the trailer. The trailer can help me get an understanding of what it may be like, but I know that trailers can lie to you. There are some trailers that either purposefully or not purposefully mislead you into what the story is about.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. And when people, innocent people, and not the freaking, geeks and gamers of the world, are saying this thing is too political, they're saying that it's too political in a way that doesn't help the story. Because let me tell you something. Gundam Hathaway's Flash, which is a movie from like 2021 or 22 or whatever the fuck, that has a lot of political themes about immigration, that is incredibly relevant today. That is what basically the main conflict of the story. But it's still relevant and no one fucking complained about it. Simple as.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this next one is gonna make me so angry.
I'm going to read it. I'm going to step back, and I'm just going to let Twi rant. 91.
Oh, yeah.
The Little Mermaid and Cinderella are more feminist than Beauty and the Beast. Now I'm going to take a.
I'm gonna go get a drink.
Yeah. You go get everyone. Keep your headphones on. Go get a drink. It's going to be a while.
Okay, so this is complete bullshit. Because what the fuck do you mean by The Little Mermaid and Cinderella are more feminist than Beauty and the Beast? The story where the female character makes the selfless choice to imprison herself to live with a complete stranger in order to make sure that her father and her sisters and sometimes brothers have a good life. And also makes the choice whether or not to have the Beast actually be a person in her life. She makes that choice for herself. And in the original novel that the story is based on, always has the Beast respect her decision to not start a sexual or romantic relationship with him until she is ready for it. How is that not a feminist story? And I'm not saying that The Little Mermaid and Cinderella cannot have the characters be feminist in any kind of way or have the female characters be empowering in any kind of way. I am saying that in comparison to those stories, how is Beauty and the Beast not a feminist story? When you have the main character, the main female character, be the one to make all of these decisions, and all of the characters respect her choices in the matter. And also, the main female character is also an imperfect character because she also gets manipulated by her sisters, usually in the story, to hurt the Beast in some sort of way to get to the climax of the story, and she has to do the work in order to fix the problem. And she is the one that recognizes that she is the one that made the mistake, realizes that she has feelings for this monstrous person, and it is her choice to say that she loves the Beast that breaks the curse. It is her decision to fall in love with the Beast.
Also, to be clear, okay, because, you know, Lily is obviously talking about the Disney versions because that's all she ever talks about. She only sees things through a limited lens.
Even in the Disney version, it is still Belle's choice.
Yeah, which is true. But like freaking also like in the Disney version of it, and maybe in the books, I don't know. But Belle literally turns away the intention of a stereotypical, braggadocious, you know, muscle-bound, meat-headed man for a guy who actually treats her right.
Yeah.
If that ain't feminist, I don't know what is, dog. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And also, people ignore in the Disney version the idea that Belle and Beast don't actually start becoming friends and start their romantic journey until after Beast makes the active change to be less of an asshole to her. And that is the moment when she starts reciprocating the friendliness. That is still her choice, but only after Beast makes the decision to stop being an asshole.
Yep.
It is not Stockholm in any way, shape, or form, and if anyone says that, then they are an idiot who hasn't watched the movie in like 30 years.
Pete says
I'm sorry, but that is just the truth.
Pete says he wants to talk Kingdom Hearts with you sometime, especially since he got finished playing through Kingdom Hearts 1 on stream.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll talk Kingdom Hearts with you sometime. Sure, no problem.
Pete,
I'll be
you do
happy
not
to.
understand. You don't understand. Do you have days of your life to sacrifice. You will. I made the mistake of talking Kingdom Hearts. I'm still talking Kingdom Hearts to her to this day. It's been like 5 years. Izanagi says, "Oh boy, that was a fun rant to listen to. Yeah, Lily needs to be ripped a new one." Yes.
110%.
Yes.
Now, whether or not it's more feminist in comparison to the Little Mermaid and Cinderella, depending on which version, is dealer's choice on that front. But to say
Okay.
Beauty and the Beast isn't feminist
Let
at
me-
all is kind of dumb.
Let me go on miniature rants about Cinderella and the Little Mermaid,
I'm
okay?
gonna go on another
Because-
drink.
Again, like I've actually read the original novel for The Little Mermaid, which I don't think a lot of people have. It is still the Little Mermaid's choice to go against her family who say, hey, this isn't a good idea. You're not allowed to go onto the surface until you reach this age. You know, it's basically saying, hey, you're not 21 yet, you're not old enough to drink, and she's basically saying, no, I want to drink even though that I'm like 18 years old, whatever. It's that sort of thing. I'm using the American drinking age because the age for drinking up here is 19. Whatever. She basically says, I'm fascinated by the surface so much that I want to go there early, even though that it's not my birthday yet. She is so in love with the idea of the human world that she disobeys her family and goes to the surface, falls in love with a human man, and then goes to the Sea Witch, who is not an evil person, by the way, in the original story. She is just she is just a device to get the character where she needs to go. She lets her know, hey, you are going to be in a lot of pain if you drink this potion that I'm going to give you. And the Little Mermaid says, I understand the risks. I am still going to do it anyways. She is making an informed decision about her choices, and she still does it anyways because she is so in love with this man. So how is that not feminist for this girl to make an informed decision about what she is getting herself into? And then when her sisters go to the Sea Witch to get something that will undo the spell, she still makes the decision to not go through with it because that means that she is going to drive a knife through the heart of the man that she is in love with. And she makes the decision to not do that because living out her life, knowing that she killed someone that she was in love with would hurt her more than turning into sea foam. And in the end, her sacrifice means that she becomes a wind spirit instead of just fading away into nothing. The story is rewarding her for her selfless action. That is much more nuanced than a lot of people give the Little Mermaid credit for. And when it comes to Cinderella, she didn't want to go to the ball with the intention of falling in love. She was just an overworked woman who wanted to go out on the town for a night and maybe drink and go dancing with some people and then go back to her daily life. She didn't intend to fall in love with somebody. She happened to do that at the dance. It just so happened to be that the person that she fell in love with was the prince of the kingdom. What a coinky dink.
So what I'm getting from here is that they're all equally fucking feminist.
Yeah. I hate the modern idea that these fairy tales are misogynistic because they have these women who are the main characters of their story go through hardships, and saying that because they end up with a man at the end of their stories that inherently makes them unfeminist or whatever.
Yeah, as if
it's like
falling in love is such a bad
Yeah, I was gonna say,
thing,
like,
right, guys?
it's completely ignoring that there's quite a few women out there that their ideal at the end of the day is, I want to get married and have a family. Like that's a thing people want. People like that to a large extent.
You lie.
The nuance here is that women have the choice
whether or not to do something other than having a family at the end of the day. If a woman chooses to do nothing but be a housewife and raise children, that is still her choice. That is still just as feminist.
Right.
The thing that makes it not feminist would be if she had no choice in the matter.
Right.
Well, and then, like, even then, if she had no choice in the matter, it could be a point of analysis. It could be a, oh, wow, isn't this tragic type thing. It's like, isn't this horrible?
Yeah.
Like, you could still make it feminist
Yeah.
and still have that be a plot point. It's just a matter of how you
Exactly.
portray it. Izanagi says, small
Exactly.
payment for the mini rant, but yeah, Lily seems very uninformed and emotionally unstable. Isa, I cannot tell you how much you have undersold Lily in that statement.
Yeah.
I mean,
holy shit, dude.
but we have lingered on this point. So
Also,
I guess
Sora Heart said we
92
need a Kingdom Hearts topic stream.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to read that one earlier. Sorry. Kaiser. I
Yeah,
believe
yeah.
It's you. No, or is it? No, it's Twi now. Wait, is it? Yeah. It's
Yeah,
Twi.
because that was you, and you just said that you were going to
Right.
sit back and let me do my thing, and I did.
Exactly.
Yep. There's no story about Shrug.
92. Yeah. If you want to know when to change a trans character's pronouns in the narration, doing so at the moment where they realize who they are and admit to it themselves out loud is chef's kiss.
So that's not a
Okay.
tip. That's a story
Yeah.
idea that you think you like. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
about it.
whatever.
Yeah,
Nothing,
and like
on
there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing really to say on that. Like, yeah, sure, you could do that
Yep.
if you want to.
Sure.
It's not a terrible thing to do.
Yeah.
Kaiser 93.
Alrighty. 93. As long as it isn't harmful or bigoted, you don't have to justify story decisions made on the basis of self-indulgence. Are you fucking kidding me, lady? Dude, this entire goddamn list is you shitting on people for making decisions based on self-indulgence. And now you're going to turn around and say that that shit is a good thing. Fuck you. With a goddamn poll. What the hell? Like, seriously. This doesn't make any sense. This is so asinine. Like, and even in isolation, I don't know what to think about it. It seems harmless in isolation.
I was gonna
But-
say,
Also-
how's this? How's this? Write whatever the fuck you want. Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
like okay, this might be a hot take, but you are allowed to write harmful or bigoted things because one, I don't believe it can be harmful. Like, if you're portraying it as like a scientific research paper and you're trying to be like, oh, these people are superior because of this or whatever, it's like that's one thing. But if you're writing a fictionalized story and it's clearly a fictionalized story, write whatever the fuck you want. You'll find an audience or you won't. That's
Yeah, who
really the
gives a
only thing that's
shit?
going to happen. You can write the most racist thing on the planet. Go right ahead. Have fun with it. If it tickles your fancy, go for it. I don't like it. I probably won't like you, but you're allowed to do it.
Sure.
And you're not. I don't think you're going to end up hurting anyone because most of those people are going to ignore the fuck out of it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but like there are, it all comes down to execution of whether or not something that could be considered harmful or bigoted is going to be harmful and bigoted, because you have stories where it has incredible nuance and dives deeply into the story and covers all the facets and explores why this thing may be wrong, even if it is harmful or bigoted in your eyes. And then you have
Yeah.
something like what someone said earlier, Shadiversity's book, where this person writes a story about a dictator and how the dictator wasn't actually necessarily a bad guy for being a dictator. It was just the fact that he was a dictator at all that was the bad thing, but he doesn't go into like why that was a bad thing other than it
Yep.
hurts my Christian sensibilities.
You know, I think it's
Also,
like,
after
don't go into it thinking
literally
you're
the
gonna write-
entirety of like
Sorry, you go.
After the entirety of the 80s of her list, I do not trust Lily of all fucking people to judge whether or not something is harmful or bigoted. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
when it comes to it, just when you write it, just be aware it's more than likely not going to be well written. Like that's just like
Yeah.
the thing you're gonna have to let go of. It's the I'm writing this for myself or for my specific audience, what have you, but I'm not writing it to actually be a well thought out story because I'm going to throw that to the wind and just do whatever the fuck I want.
Oh, like redo of a
Mhm.
healer, yeah. Basically. That's what it is. It's just an edge fest where the main character does the most horrible, disgusting shit possible. But it's not a story you're supposed to take seriously, so it's whatever. Yeah. That makes sense.
So 94. Vampires / werewolves are not
that's all you.
inherently LGBTA coded, and doing so is an example of othering. They work better as metaphors for aristocracy and predators, respectively, than as the underclass.
I mean,
I mean-
depends on the story because the concept of vampire and werewolf gets shifted and changed every
Yeah,
fucking
I was gonna say
time.
I agree with the
Lily-
first sentence, but I
Yeah.
I don't agree with the second sentence.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
What do you mean that vampires work better as metaphors for aristocracy? Biting somebody on the neck is inherently a sexual metaphor, Lily.
Yeah. In fact, the vampires weren't they were analogs to the aristocracy, but weren't they like analogs to or symbolizes the a what was it, foreign aristocracy? basically?
no! Oh my God, Lily, you're forgetting about Camilla, or Carmilla. Sorry, Carmilla, which is literally one of the preeminent, considered preeminent lesbian stories of all time. Like, you're forgetting that I'm pretty sure Carmilla predates Dracula, for fuck's sake.
Probably.
Which is it's all about kind of the sexual awakening of young women and the abuse at the hands of this immortal being, this immortal also lesbian, this also female being. There's a whole thing in there.
Also, yeah, it is
complicated
older
story,
than Bram Stoker's Dracula. Yeah.
Also, yeah, she never watched Ginger Snaps. Ginger Snaps is a Canadian trilogy series about two girls who have to deal with the fact that one of them has been infected and is slowly turning into a werewolf. It is a metaphor for female puberty, which is inherently a sexual thing. It is very strongly a metaphor for female puberty.
Yeah, and to say that a story idea or the concept of a creature works better as X kind of disregards the fact that these creatures can be utilized in different situations.
Yeah.
If a vampire, you have a story where vampires are indeed a minority and they're being mistreated by other races for whatever goddamn reason, and it makes sense in the context of the story, then you can fucking do that. It's not that hard. In fact, if anything, there's an over surplus of those stories. Especially in anime.
Saying that vampires and werewolves are metaphors for predators.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but how is that a metaphor, Lily, when they are just very blatantly actual predators of human beings?
Yeah.
And do you know what werewolves are in the most typical sense? They're a great example of the cycle of abuse. When you want to get down to it, the preeminent werewolf movie, which is it just the Wolfman, I think it's just called. It literally is the main character gets bitten and he's struggling with the fact that he keeps transforming every full moon into a monster that's hurting people. There's a whole struggle there about people who end up becoming the monsters they fear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Come the fuck on, Lily.
Also, werewolves are have always been kind of a metaphor for predators. That used to not be a metaphor because in France,
the birthplace of the story of Little Red Riding Hood, werewolves used to be a thing that people thought were actually real, and men would transform into werewolves and prey on young children. Wow. It's almost like everything that you say is a metaphor when it regards these things aren't actually metaphors. It's just blatantly what they are.
Oh my god.
The coding comes from other aspects of what they are, Lily, and you're saying that you don't like the coding that people have put on and like the thing that they just blatantly are.
Yeah, that's wild, bro.
95. Who was it next? Is it me?
Yeah, it's Twilight. It's Twilight.
Twilight.
Yeah, it's me. 95. Some of the best stories ever made were written as an act of spite.
Hate.
No?
Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits and wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanostrum of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equate to 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instant for you. Hate. Hate. Sorry, I was
The
inspired.
Tale of Genji. The Tale of Genji. Journey to the West. The Iliad, the Odyssey. These are a fraction of very old surviving stories that are incredibly important to the cultural zeitgeist of the modern day in in Europe and also in Japan. Mulan as well. You can also add Mulan in there for China. These are not stories that were made out of spite. Not a single one of them.
Like maybe go ahead.
And they are considered the best stories because they are still very important and beloved to this day, despite potentially being as old as despite being potentially written over 3,000 years ago. Yep. 2,600 years ago, specifically for the Iliad and the Odyssey.
I want to know what specific stories she's referencing, because I can't think of a single one written as a piece of spite.
Yeah. Like, I can't even think of any. Like, every single story you can name, like freaking Superman, that was not made out of spite. Well, I guess partially out of spite towards the Nazis. That's the closest thing.
Oh yeah,
I think.
Okay. I should clarify. It's obviously hers. Like, obviously she considers she elevates her own story. Right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Leo Ultima, I wasn't saying that Journey to the West wasn't a Chinese character or a Chinese story. I was talking about the Tale of Genji as being specifically Japanese.
The boys comic, but I think we all know she's not talking about that one. Also, those comics are ass anyway.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, I have no interest in the boys comics. I think the closest one that I get to is the original Kick-Ass comic, which is it's very mean-spirited. It's well written, but it's very mean-spirited.
But yeah, I hear nothing but, everybody shitting on the boys comic, and that's a great example right there. I think the only, I guess, story that you could consider good that was made
the Divine
out of
Comedy
spite was Watchmen.
No, the Divine Comedy. I think that's an interesting one because that was written by Maki. Well, no. Well, I guess yes. The Divine Comedy was partly written by Dante as a bash against his critics and an elevation of like Aristotle. I'm pretty sure it was Aristotle that he elevated in that. But then it's also Machiavelli who wrote The Prince as a political mockery of his foes. But like, I don't know if that's spite so much as like one is like being humorous and one is also kind of exploring the nature of life and death.
I will say it's more likely that Watchmen was probably like made somewhat spiteful towards superheroes.
it wasn't a fiction story, but I do know of a good series of books. There were two of them that were made out of spite, and this is a what you would call a proto-feminist book series, because this woman made these two books in response to a very misogynistic novel that was written by a woman-hating man. And she got so offended that she wrote two books talking about the virtues of womanhood throughout history and all of these famous women, because this man said that there is no such thing as a good woman. So she was just like, no, I'm gonna write an entire book just detailing all of the good women that have been alive in history. And then she followed up that book with another book detailing how you can be a good woman no matter your status in society, from queen to prostitute.
Interesting.
Damn.
See, the counter to that a little bit. Well, I'm not saying that spite was not involved in that. That clearly was.
Yeah.
It was also
Yes.
seemingly made with a lot of love, because like clearly
Yes.
this woman loved the history. So like I think like as an act of
Well, she
spite-
loved and was proud of the fact that she was a woman, and held spite for this man of, how dare you say that women have no value, that women inherently are garbage, essentially, which was his ultimate message from that story.
So yeah, we can name
Like I think
exactly
I think,
three
I think
stories.
even if
in the grand
Yes.
pantheon
three
of stories.
And I think even when you're making something out of spite, like all of it means nothing if none of it is ever constructive. You know?
Yeah.
If you're not
Yeah.
trying to build something off of that in order to add something to the world or
Because then it's just a
express
rant.
how you feel about something.
And rants have their place, but they're not novels. They're not stories. They're rants. They are their own thing.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
That I can't quite remember the name of the novel that she was critiquing. It had the name had something to do with a rose, but effectively the premise of that story was basically how to dominate and beat a woman into submission because they are worthless.
Seaway says based as fuck writing for her. Based.
Yes. The book that I've mostly read out of her two-book series is called The Treasure of the City of Ladies. And I think the first one is just called The City of Ladies, where she constructs a fictional a fictional city within heaven, where all of the women who have died throughout history who are considered good women just live in peace. And that is her City of Ladies. And then the second book is saying, this is the instruction book of how I think that you can enter this fictional City of Ladies once you go to heaven. This was written in like the 1400s, I believe.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
All right, so God, now is that some of the best stories?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
do- okay.
It's me.
Yep, 96.
Okay.
All right. Oh my God, this is a good one. Any system of government, with the exception of fascism, let's just pretend she understands what that means, can exist in a positive or negative context. Monarchies are not always inherently evil, see Hawaii pre-annexation, and democracies are not always inherently good, see USA, write accordingly.
Okay, so several important things to cover here because Lily Orchard clearly failed civics. First of all, Mussolini made the fucking trains run on time. If you don't understand what the meaning of that statement is, it means the average life for the average Italian during Vichy Italy was actually quite good. Like obviously wartime starts to fuck with them, but like he actually made the system of government work, and a lot of people benefited from this. This is the reason tyrannies come to rise is that there is at least a population, a significant population of a significant part of the population that actually enjoy that system of government. They actually enjoy benefits from that system of government. And you see that with every system of government. Monarchies, democracies, republics, what have you. You always get some larger portion of the population that actually enjoy it. And it's only when that balance finally tips that you see the system have to either change or get overthrown. This applies to every single one of them.
The Romans voted for one of the Caesars to become a dictator. Like, they asked for him to become a dictator.
I mean, true, though, I mean, dictator
They wanted it.
did mean something. Like, because dictator was always intended to be a temporary position, so I would need to do research on that, whether or not they believed like, permanent dictator versus temporary dictator is yeah.
Yeah.
But no,
But,
you're
like,
making a good point. Like,
it
people
always just
wanted it.
amused me. Yeah.
People
Yes.
people like stability. People, like, if you give someone a strong leader who can promise you stability, a lot of people will fall the fuck in line, and it doesn't matter what system you have at the time, people will follow it.
Sure.
Yeah.
The Mussolini made the trains run on time was a sarcastic joke. I mean, at the same time, people did benefit in his society. Like, you can't. This is the problem that I have with a lot of people that try to erase fascism and communism and Nazism and, like, just erase all of those things. You need to actually look why no one stopped the fucking system. Like, if the system was so evil, you need to understand why no one fucking destroyed it from the inside out as quickly as it needed to happen. Like, people benefited, people liked it, people had power and different dynamics within those systems they benefited from. You have to keep that in mind. You can't always portray it as just big bad evil guy that needs to be stopped, because at some point it becomes cartoonish that no one has stopped him already. At some point you gotta have,
Also,
like, he has to have a friend he's benefiting.
We're simplifying it for time here. And yeah, like, you guys can go into the nuances of it in the chat, but we can't, because we'll spend all day on this one point, and we gotta end sometime soon.
Also, love to see that CUSA example. Lily, you're Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, first of all, Hawaii pre-annexation was probably not a tropical paradise. I'm sorry to say. They probably had their own political woes. And the USA, don't get me started on that. People fucking shit on the USA. Well, there's a lot of shit the USA does for the world that's a lot of good. They're just, no one wants to acknowledge it because they're.
But
sorry,
let's not get off into the weeds here. Let's not. We're almost done. Let's go on.
Yes, we're almost there.
So whose turn is it now?
I think it's me now.
it's your turn.
Okay.
97. Lesbian, still on good terms with ex-boyfriend from before coming out, is a really cute friendship trope, and vice versa. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, yes.
All right.
I'm all for this. This is fine.
It's
I
fine.
guess I never saw
Bonus
anything like
points if
that
the
before.
boyfriend doesn't turn out to be gay. Because that's like a thing that a lot of times happens. They're both beards for each other. But it's not a writing tip. It's just a thing you like seeing.
Yeah, like, it's non-offensive, at least, which is the most compliment that I could give to you, Lily.
Which means this can end faster. Let's go!
Yeah. All right. 98. The only real difference between an extremely close platonic relationship and a romantic relationship is what the people involved choose to call it. Best friends are not something that should ever be prefixed with the word just.
Oh, God, this is a complicated one.
Yep.
Because, like, I mean, I don't immediately disagree with this. Because I do believe that people have the ability to define themselves however they see fit, and it can be loose. We use a lot of terms, best friend, friends, partner, what have you, to denote something specific to other people. It's all about how we convey that information to other people. You can have a complicated relationship where it's not quite clear. You're sitting in sort of like a relationship, like in a not clear gray zone where it's like you're one step away from jumping over the romance line. But there's something there as
Yeah.
well to like, best friends is a valuable fucking thing, and it shouldn't be treated as less than a romantic relationship. It's one thing that I find very annoying is
Yeah.
like, there's always the, oh, I married my best friend. And it's like, no, you married your wife/husband. I'm sorry. Your best
Yeah.
friend should typically, at least I view it, you typically should have a best friend besides that, because it's a different slot in your life.
Yeah, it's a different relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Oh my god.
when somebody uses the word just when it comes to the concept of being just friends, they mean that there is nothing sexual going on outside of that, like within that friendship. You are just friends.
Yeah.
There is nothing romantic about it. There is nothing sexual about it. It is just what is on the tin there. There is nothing else going on underneath.
Typically,
That doesn't mean that it's lesser.
Yeah.
It just means
Yeah.
that it is what it is.
Typically, it's only being
And
brought up
depending
when
on the
someone's
story,
confusing
the
it.
framing of that relationship, yeah, that too. And depending on the story, the framing of that relationship by the characters or people who say that can change over time. You know, we see this in anime all the time where it's all like, oh, we're just friends with each other, tee hee, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And then they, have 3 freaking babies by the end of the show. And that's a thing that happens, right? So I don't
Like-
know why she's overcomplicating this.
It's because she wants to make it so that she can still have her close best friend relationship between her sister characters and not necessarily, but still kind of see it as a romantic relationship. That is why.
Also, Jonah Williams says, important, Lily has claimed that best friends, spouse, and siblings are all on the same level and should be treated as the same thing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was earlier, wasn't it? Anyway,
Yep.
she's crazy.
Yep.
Like the thing that it shouldn't need to be spelled out, that the main difference between a close platonic relationship and a romantic relationship is the fact that when you get romantic, you may eventually start getting physical with each other. That
Yeah.
is the main difference.
Unless you're like a friends with benefits kind of thing, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which in itself gets complicated for a lot of people.
Yes.
All right. We're in the home stretch, guys.
We're almost
Oh
there.
my god. Thank God.
99.
All right. 99. Normalize friends saying I love you to each other. This is not a fucking writing tip, you joyless fucking cow. Anyway. Moving on.
100. I don't even know if this is on screen actually, because it's so like, yeah, we're at the very bottom here.
It's so low.
Yeah, it's on screen. I'm good. 100. If you write a 100 tweet long thread of writing advice, you are a huge loser with way too much free time on your hands. Get back to work and do something productive with your time.
So this is
like
just
canceling people's
joke.
channels.
It's
yeah,
obviously
this is a
at her own
joke,
expense.
but this is also meant to be a shield so that you can't criticize her.
Yep.
Woo woo. And it clearly didn't work.
Yeah.
And then
Like, yes, if you have the time to write a 100 tweet long thread of just your hang-ups because you don't understand what the word writing advice means, then yeah, you probably do have something much more important to do with your free time, and that you shouldn't have done it in the first place, which is why people got mad at you, Lily, because your
Which is why
writing
you deleted
advice
the tweet.
is shit.
I don't remember how you just said, like, there was something in that sentence where you said it so much like Alan from Smiling Freddy. If you're writing advice, you need to say it this way. It's like, Alan is real from Smiling Friends. Oh my god. Sorry, I had that goofy thought. Also, you want to read tip 101?
Tips and rules are two different words.
They are.
Yes,
but-
but your tips can still be bad, Lily, and they can still be constructed
in a way that makes people think that you make it a rule.
Did you say
Hey
maked?
Lily, if but you know, facing backlash and admitting you're wrong is so valuable, why did you delete this thread?
Yeah.
Like, bro, this is just a massive cope session.
It
here,
really
okay?
is. I also
Like,
noticed
you're
that
okay.
Lily likes
You
to
got
talk
your
down to
panties in a
others.
twist. Oh God.
Oh yeah, no, she absolutely
Sorry.
likes to talk. She is definitely talking down to others to prop herself up. That's absolutely
And the
what she
Shell and
does.
Steven universe. Yeah.
Didn't she say shit like see Rule 10 on some of these tips? She did, in fact, say
Yes.
that.
She did.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Hey, Lily,
Makes
maybe
you
consider
think.
you're a shit writer. Which you guys can experience with us every single Friday night now, because we're now reading her Star Wars series, Sith Resurgence.
I need to catch up.
We've only gone through one chapter so far. It took us God knows how long to get through it.
Yep.
Oh Lord.
She is so far it hasn't been terrible, but it's also been just sort of like mildly it's just funny because like clearly she's like ogling. She's eyeing up freaking Ray, and Ray is like none the wiser. Like Ray is so fucking oblivious. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Did you read the Cursed Knight for chat?
Oh yeah, there was a super chat.
Cursed
No,
Knight, if you
I
like
don't
talking
think you
politics
did.
on stream, Disco Elysium is the perfect game for it. Gives so much to talk about, not to mention very funny. I don't know if I don't typically like talking politics just because I know how volatile politics gets. Like I recognize it in myself. That her insulting the USA. I'm very proud of the USA for a lot of different reasons, and I understand that I could just go off on a whole screed about it, but like I'm not going to. No, like that's not the purpose of this stream. I'm just pissed at Lily.
Yeah. That is why we did have to like grab you by the neck and kind of like choke you.
Yeah, and I was right there with you, also grabbing me by the neck. I was like, also grabbing me by the neck. I was like, don't worry, guys, I'll help you drag me out of this.
Kinky.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This
Not
is a
shaming
therapy session
anybody
for
here.
her. I would prefer she gets her therapy sessions from a therapist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like
Like,
I
there
said before,
are
whoever is
healthy-
her therapist isn't doing their fucking job. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. There are healthy ways to cope and there are unhealthy ways to cope. If she
And
wants
most of those
to make
unhealthy
this
ways are on Twitter.
Yep. If you want to write a journal or write things like this, you don't do it on the internet. You do it in a journal, preferably a private one that is in real life, or like a personal document on your computer.
Or just put it in the gated community that you have on Tumblr.
Yeah.
If you just want
Oh,
people
no.
to co-sign with you and not challenge what you say.
Well, no, not even that, because you're even on the internet, no matter what, unless if literally nobody outside of your group can get access to it, it's going to get out. But even then, even if it is only in your circle of friends might break up and they can still put it out there in the world and then you can get shit for it. So the only thing that you can responsibly do is just pass it around in private, not put it on the internet.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
Just want to say, as an ex-Lily, this is from Overhypen. Just want to say, as an ex-Lily fan, these streams that trash talk and call her out are always so entertaining. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We're having a good time with it, even though Lily's they give us a bit of an aneurysm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but dude, like imagine reading this for the very first time when it came out. I still remember it just like it was yesterday. I think I may have made a response to it on Twitter, probably not, but I did retweet people's responses to it. It was really funny.
I wish.
And I was surprised when Manga Comment talked about it.
Because we talked about this after a bad fan fiction night, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you pulled this up when we
Yeah.
started going through it. I kind of wish we hadn't spoiled ourselves on. Obviously, you knew about it, but like I kind of wish like I had gone into this completely blind. But at the same time, knowing about some of these helped me like mentally prep for what answers to talk about, just a little bit.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Oh, you
But
can
also, like-
you can cross-reference these tips and how they apply to a Star Wars fanfic.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait till
Yeah.
I can't wait
But
till
also,
she tries
like-
to make a what the unnamed word to a child. I can't wait to see that happen because she is writing a Sith
Ugh.
after all.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Also, I think that we went through the list for on Bad Fanfiction Night like 3 years ago, long before
Yeah.
we made Jacked.
Yeah,
so
no, I was gonna
we couldn't
say.
have known.
And it's been long enough that I didn't remember most of it. It's like I had some mental preparation in the
Mhm.
back of my head. And I was like, oh yeah, no, she is this bad.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, she is a bitch. How about that?
But yes, that is the content for the stream. So yeah, Lily Orchard, kind of a bad person. Also a bad writer.
Yep.
I don't know much else to say other than, hey, want to look at some fan art, everyone?
Yeah, let's
I'm
do
excited.
it.
All right, so first one up for the night.
Yeah, these are some really funny ones this time around.
Yes.
Why are you flying? Twi, I'm a bird. Gotta love that moment of
God, that
technical
was so
difficulty.
good.
Yeah. I did make a joke. I don't think you were there. I think you were dealing with offline stuff. But I did say that we had clipped your wings, so you shouldn't have been flying in the first place.
Oh no!
And that's what led to the Hawk spoiler.
Yeah.
Then the follow-up image to that is me while I was dealing with things offline, doing the Hassan Abi the setup where I just
Yeah.
let the chair cover
Maneuver.
for me.
Yeah, just chair coon doing its thing.
I know that there is a Twitch streamer that sometimes has to like leave his chair and does stuff, and he has a whole emoji just for his chair, and then people spam that until he gets back in like 3 minutes.
Have that actually. A ton of people
That's
have
really
like they.
funny.
Yeah.
I know Pro Jared talks about how
Okay.
his thing is called Pro Jared, which I thought was funny.
Pro Jared.
See, I don't watch a lot of streamers, so I don't know that. I purely watched this guy when he was doing his run through of Kingdom Hearts for the first time, because I like watching people experience Kingdom Hearts for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doodly Ding Dong TikTok says this list was talked about by plenty of other writers and creators, but it always so interesting hearing more people talk her down on this BS advice. Thank you guys for doing this. Not a problem, man. This is always a
Thank
blast.
you for watching.
Also, this
Yeah.
is the U-Haul lesbians truck, the Fed sex.
The Fed says.
We've got
Oh my god, would the UPS one be the UP sex?
maybe. This is the Kaiser Raptor, the Raptoloid, the Repoloid Raptor.
The Raptoloid.
That's such a cool design too.
It's dope.
And I love
Dude,
how
I might have that
You might have to lean into
I
that,
love
like
how the
actually
my
just
distinguish
Twitter
yourself.
profile.
yeah. I love how the jaw hinge kind of looks like a little blushy.
Oh yeah, it is cute.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. It's cute.
I can use that probably as my like Twitter profile or something.
So those are from Deadorex, and this is from Chronosphere. I wish there was more depictions
yeah.
with children. And just, what?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I wish I remembered exactly where that happened in Psy's stream. I can look back at it and just show the clip of it to you guys. But it was so fucking weird.
Mr. Knight says,
yeah.
Lily is too narcissistic to keep things to herself. She needs to feel validated, but can't handle the consequences of sharing her creepy stuff. Yeah, no, that's totally it.
Yep.
That's about it.
That's completely it. Like, she can't not state whatever is on her mind at any given moment, no matter how weird and creepy and gross it is.
And she can't stop being a bitch when people actually argue against it.
Yep.
And then finally, this is just misery porn. You're not gonna believe this. This is actually a...
Wendy.
Also, I know it's probably not intentional because it's just a car with 4 doors, but that totally feels like a Cybertruck, and I find that hilarious. I've seen one in real life, and I think, like, if I could get one Warthog coded, like Warthog from Halo coded, I would totally be down to buy one. But otherwise, they look like these weird future cars that just stand the fuck out. It's wild. It doesn't look real. But yeah, that is the stream. If I can go back to everyone. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much for joining us.
Alrighty.
I hope you all had a good time. I know I certainly did. This list is just a laugh.
It really is.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, does
Uh,
anyone have
I
anything they want
guess,
to announce?
Are we promoting stuff?
Yeah, promotion time.
All right, cool. So for me, we finally, after 3 years, it's going to be 3 years this Friday from when I made my very first video on my channel. It's been 3 years, guys, and we finally made it. We finally hit 5K subscribers. Thank you all so much for supporting
Yay.
me. Both everybody here in Team Jacked, of course, and also everybody who has been supporting me through sharing my videos, liking them, all that stuff. You guys are the champions. These golf claps are for you. Take a bow, everybody. It's great. I can't believe I actually managed to get this far. Just doing this time for fun, but it's been a really fun experience. Had our ups and downs, but almost all of it has been nothing but the freaking, what was it? The Amber Invincible response to Kaiser Neko and Johnny Two Cellos is at 10K now, and it's going really, really well. The freaking Korra video just shot through like most of my stuff. It's 66K now. It's incredible. And just for you guys, I'm going to let you know that the next video I'm gonna make is gonna be a sort of mixture highlight style, similar to the Amber video, where basically I'm responding to Lily's video about serialized storytelling. So I'm already cooking that up. Stay tuned for that on the channel. I think there's a new episode of New Types podcast in case anybody cares about that. That will be coming out soon, hopefully. And other than that, stay tuned for the rest of the channel and make sure to check up on, let me know what you guys want to see in the future.
Yeah. Twi, you got anything?
Well, I'm still plugging away at my video. I decided to not care quite as much about the editing of the video, so it's going on a little bit faster. I managed to get like 4 minutes of editing done in the span of a day, and oh my god, that makes me so happy. I'm now like, I'm over halfway through editing that video. Maybe you'll get to see it before the end of the year.
That's how I'm feeling
I am
with my
very
My Hero
slow,
video.
you guys. Yeah, I am incredibly slow. I am like a snail. I'm just a little slow guy, guys. I'm a turtle.
Well, it's not just that.
But
It really
it's coming.
just drains the spirit that way, you know?
It really does. Like I was so enthusiastic when I was thinking that it would be so fast because I got the audio done in like a couple of days, and then I started editing it, and I was going at a really good pace, and then like just having to listen to her voice multiple times over the course of the weeks it drains the soul out of me, the soul that I don't have, but still something's draining out of me.
I'll say this, at the very least, Lily moves at a steady clip when she speaks, even if she's redundant a lot. Guy I'm covering goes at like
Yep.
at 0.5 speed, it feels like at times.
Oh, I know who you're
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
about.
Oh, it
That's unfortunate.
doesn't help that when I was
man.
writing the
I'm
script, I had to listen to him
sorry.
on half speed on top of that so I could write down notes while I was so I could make sure I understood everything he was saying, because sometimes he doesn't quite enunciate. Speaking of which, making progress on that video. It's coming along. There's a few things I need to re-record, and then after that, it's basically fine-tuning and making sure my references are up to snuff, which might take a while, might not. I we'll have to see. It's all about how much time I have on my hands. But yeah, look forward to that eventually. Let's see, Bad Fanfiction Night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the channel. Join us for the live stream. We always read some really bad stuff, and now we're reading Lily's bad stuff. So if you want to experience,
I'm gonna
Lily,
definitely be there this time.
if you want to experience Lily's joys front and center, join us for that. I don't think that's. I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else to.
Yep.
Oh yeah, merch shop. Check it out. It should be on the channel. It should be linked to the channel. Just go to Celtic Phoenix, and it should be right there. I'm pretty sure everything is still set to be recorded. I think everything's still good. But yeah, check it out. Bunch of stuff that's totally not related at all whatsoever to Fixing Ruby or any other property that's licensed to anyone else. But there's also a bunch of other regular merch stuff there too. Bunch of Kelfie stuff. So if you want this little adorable boy on a shirt or something, you can have it. And yeah, I
Also,
think that's it.
Yeah, last thing, I do have a Patreon. I don't really promote it very often. And I'm not begging anybody to put in more money than they do have. You know, it's just something that's there in case anyone wants to donate so I can get some better equipment to do stuff on the channel. It really help a lot, but either way, any support is good.
Same here. Yep. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I think that's it. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.